Minutes late. Welcome to tonight's meeting of Georges River Council. Sorry, we're ready. I declare the meeting open at 7:02 p.m. We'll start with the acknowledgement of country. I would like to acknowledge the Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of lands, waters and skies in the Georges River area. I pay my respect to elders past and present and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who live, work and meet on these lands. If everyone could please stand, we will sing the national anthem.
Nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's space, let every Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is good by the sea. I led the mountain, nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's space, let every state of us Australia bear. Its utmost strength and let us sing Australia bear.
For the opening prayer, which tonight will be led by Pastor Peter Wallace from the Revival Life Centre. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you that we live in a country, a democracy where every voice is heard. So, Father, I just thank you that tonight voices will be heard. Lord, we're just mindful of those that are sick at the moment as well, with the flu going through the place. And we ask for your healing and your love over people, Lord. Father, I do pray the blessing over every council member, those who have given up their time to serve the community. And I just pray protection and prosperity over their lives. And Lord, I just pray for every voice that's heard this tonight, there might be a sense of purpose, Lord God, and that your will would be done. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Councillors, there were no apologies for tonight's meeting. We have had a request to attend the meeting via audio-visual link. Councillor Punn and Councillor Arthur have requested to join the meeting via audio-visual link. Could I call for a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Marnie, that's been moved by Councillor Marnie and seconded by Councillor Gow. Anyone wishing to speak against? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Notice of live streaming of council meetings. Staff and public are reminded that this meeting is being recorded for minute-taking purposes and is also being webcast live on council's website. The recording will be made available on council's website, and the order of business is as shown in the agenda. Council's Code of Meeting Practice prohibits the electronic recording of meetings without the express permission of council. Councillors, we have a number of disclosures of interest to declare. I'm not going to read them all out as we have a jam-packed agenda, but if I could ask the staff to just bring those up on the screen. The disclosures will be published in the minutes and we will just slowly scroll through those now. Councillors, are there any other disclosures to declare that have not yet already been submitted? Okay. We move to public participation on items on the agenda. There are 40 speakers registered for tonight's meeting. I would remind speakers that speakers have a 3-minute time limit, which I'll be strongly enforcing tonight just because we have 40 speakers. At the first sound you hear, it indicates that you have 1 minute remaining, and at the second sound, please conclude your comments. And speakers are also reminded that in registering tonight, you have agreed to abide by Council's Code of Meeting Practice. We will call our first speaker, and that is Mr. Brian Chen. He's speaking in person on Mirror Minute 01525. Have I missed? Oh, sorry. Wrong list. Thank you, ladies. Sorry, our first speaker is Larissa Canturi in person on NM 08025, and that is parking at Railway Parade, Carlton. And Larissa is here in person, yes. So just press the button on the right on the microphone there. Yeah.
Hello. Good evening, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Larissa, and myself and my three brothers opened a cafe recently on Railway Parade in Carlton. We've been open now for 3 months, and I'm here tonight to speak for the change of parking configuration at the front of our business and our neighbouring businesses. Since opening in Carlton, we've been happy to get to know the community and share our love for hospitality with everyone. In the short time we've been operating, we've heard lack of short-term parking is a common frustration among our customers. People want to support local businesses, but if they can't find a quick and convenient spot to stop, they will move on. Having just a few 15-minute parking spots along the strip will dramatically increase foot traffic for all businesses. It will encourage customers to come to the area knowing they'll be able to stop, be able to get what they need and keep on going with their day. I believe this will benefit all the shops along the strip and create a vibrant hub in the heart of Carlton. We want to improve the experience for our customers and the customers of our neighbouring businesses by encouraging more impulse visits to the area. Convenience is a major part of positive brand perception, especially in fast service businesses, and a customer who finds an easy park is more likely to return. I've made a little diagram so you can see what the parking situation's like. On this map, I've marked all of the available parking options in the area. I believe the 4-hour parking on Buchanan Street is being underutilised, as well as the parking at the front stated in yellow for 2-hour parking. I believe that changing the 4-hour parking on Buchanan Street to 1 hour would be more appropriate for people to stop at the barber, go to the gym, stop at the florist that's along the same strip, and also stop to get some breakfast. And also at the front of the on Railway Parade. I've also marked with a little flag where they've already an existing pole, which from there back towards Buchanan, I think would be appropriate to change to 15 minutes. So to improve foot traffic, vibrancy and customer experiences along this strip, I kindly ask that this could be considered. Thank you so much for letting me present here tonight, and I appreciate the consideration towards this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Canturi. Our next speaker is Mr. Brian Chen in person, speaking on Merrill Minute 01525, Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Honorary Model.
The Honorable Mayor Councillor Elise Brock, Deputy Mayor Councillor Nancy Liu, councillors, distinguished guests. Good evening. I rise today in support of and with deep gratitude for the Merrill Minute item MM 015/25 Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Honorary Medal, moved by the Mayor Councillor Brock. It is my profound honor to join you at tonight's council meeting on behalf of the Asia Pacific Council for International Intangible Cultural Heritage, APCICH, an official member of the United Nations Global Compact and a partner in UNESCO Heritage Program. First, let me extend our deep appreciation to Georges River Council for your long-standing leadership in advancing multiculturalism, community inclusion, and the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. Your initiatives has made Georges River a beacon of diversity and harmony, not only with New South Wales, but also across the Asia Pacific region. We greatly value the opportunities to work alongside your council and look forward to future collaborations that will strengthen cultural resilience and inspire the next generation. Allow me to briefly introduce APCICH. Headquartered in Australia, APCICH is dedicated to the protection, promotion, and transmission of intangible cultural heritage throughout the Asia-Pacific region. With regional office in Singapore, Hong Kong, and beyond, we work closely with communities, governments, and cultural institutions to advance heritage education and intercultural dialogue. Our Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Certification System, officially registered as a trademark in Australia, has gained global prestige and underscores our commitment to safeguarding cultural diversity with international authority. This evening, it is my distinct privilege to bestow one of our highest recognitions, the Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Honorary Medal. This distinction honors individuals whose leadership and contributions have significantly advanced the cultural inclusion and heritage preservation. Deputy Mayor Councillor Nancy Liu exemplifies these values through her tireless advocacy for multicultural harmony, her support for heritage preservation, and her unwavering service to the Georges River community. She has strengthened intercultural dialogue, empowered diverse communities, and inspired pride in our shared cultural legacy. In recognition of this remarkable achievement and with the highest respect, APC-ICH confers upon Deputy Mayor Councillor Nancy Liu the Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Honorary Medal. This honor is not only a tribute to her personal dedication, but also a symbol of our shared commitment to protecting living heritage, fostering social cohesion, and advancing cultural value that transcend borders. Finally, as part of this historic occasion, it's my distinct honor to invite Mayor Councillor Ellis Brock to join me on stage to conduct the presentation ceremony. So now, with great pride, I warmly invite Deputy Mayor Councillor Nancy Liu to the stage. And also, I'm privileged to bestow her the Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Honorary Medal and Certificate of Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Deputy Mayor Liu. Our next speaker is Mr. Kim Wagstaff, speaking in person on Mayoral Minute 01625, honouring 70 years of local environmental leadership by the Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society. Sorry, Ms. Wagstaff, I think you might have just turned it off. It's just
Okay,
there you go, you're good to go.
I've been doing it too long. Mayor Borg and councillors, I'm speaking on behalf of Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society tonight and taking this opportunity in the public forum to briefly acknowledge and thank you in advance for your very kind and complimentary words in your forthcoming mayoral minute. It's hard to believe that Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society was formed in 1955 and is still going strong 70 years later. I'm very privileged to be president of such a long-standing, dynamic and successful environmental organisation. Over 70 years, our areas of interest have been quite extensive, but always with the primary aims of stimulating interest in Australian flora and fauna, fostering an understanding of the need to conserve the natural environment, cooperating with other organisations in protecting the environment, and importantly, lobbying at all levels of government for better environmental outcomes. So what keeps us going? In regard to campaigning on these big environmental issues, I came across an African proverb recently. If you think you are too small to be effective, you have never been in bed with a mosquito.
We thank Council for providing opportunities for OFF to collaborate with Council on environmental initiatives, for widening the community engagement processes to take residents' experience and local knowledge into account, and for encouraging volunteers to participate in effective local programs such as bush care and cleanups. We look forward to continuing this cooperative relationship with Council into the future, and thank you once again for your very, very generous congratulatory message. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Racer. Our next speaker is Karina McDougall, speaking in person on CCL 06625, item COM 03225, Action Plan for Library Spaces.
Thank you. Just before you start the timer, can I just confirm that someone's got a clicker, and when I ask to change the slide, they'll be able to do that, please? Yep, thank you. After almost 3 years, Council unanimously, almost 3 years ago rather, Council unanimously approved to revitalise our 3 branch libraries at South Hurstville, Oatley and Penshurst. Since then, however, absolutely nothing has been done to progress this. It's extremely disappointing. I don't think it can be reasonably said that the community doesn't love all of our libraries. There's a couple of quotes up there that I've put up for you to read. One of them comes from our own strategies, is that libraries are described as the living room of the community, and one from the Sutherland Shire strategy, that they create a love for books, stories and knowledge, especially for children who are the core users of libraries. Whilst it seems at first blush, change the slide please. Whilst it seems at first blush a positive thing that Council is finally doing something to progress these revitalisation works, the issue with the proposed plan is that it cuts across the previous resolution. It does this by firstly making the works at South Hurstville conditional upon a finding that undertaking the works would be feasible, and secondly for Oatley and Penshurst that the works are considered to be a low priority because of the new library plans. The works will also take way too long to be put into place. Can you please go back to slide 2? The new library is important, but it does not replace Oatley and South Hurstville. There's been no determination yet that it will be put at the current Penshurst site, and in any case, a new library is years away. Our existing branches have been long neglected and are in dire need of an upgrade. They also service different parts of the LGA. People need access to libraries so they can be strategically spread across the LGA. Next slide, please. You can see on the map up there the locations of the 3 smaller branches highlighted in yellow. All of them are located near high schools, primary schools, and for Oatley and South Hurstville, there are many surrounding apartment blocks. The interlibrary loan service means the size of the collection doesn't matter because books can be easily transferred, so Council needs to stop complaining about the collection sizes. Next slide, please. Without the smaller branches, users won't have access to a library. For example, look at how long it's been since these 3 libraries were last refurbished. We're looking at around 15 years. Next slide, please. All our libraries are well used by many different people in our community, but they were properly looked after, then they'll be used even more. Council quotes statistics on usage, but I ask you, how can Council let these assets run down so badly, then treat any data usage as determinative? Also, Council needs to be better at promoting our libraries. We need an Instagram page like our 2 neighbours here in Bayside and Sutherland Shire Council. Next slide, please. It's a very simple concept. Welcome the users and they will come. Our branch libraries don't need to be perfect, at least not for now. They just need to be welcoming, engaging, flexible and well promoted. This can be achieved by revitalising existing assets. Next slide, please. I submit that the actions for now are to focus on upgrading the existing facilities, implement the plan with clear timing and budget, and continue with plans to investigate the best location for a new larger library in the western part of the LGA. Next slide, please. Last slide. Council also needs to do better at promoting the libraries. Failure to do this was a reflection on how Council does not really value these assets. Finally, in my submission, before approving the library plan, could Council please amend it so that the works are done to all 3 branches without any preconditions in the next 1 to 3 years, and that timeline not be affected by the proposed additional library in the western part of the LGA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. Our next speaker is Tanya Katsanis. It's a written submission on CCL 06925 on item EMV 02825, Georges River Council and Sydney Dogs and Cats Home and Animal Impounding Agreement.
Good evening, councillors and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion. My name is Tanya Katsanis, and I'm writing this submission in my capacity as president of my local cat unity. I'd like to begin by congratulating Georges River Council on its continued commitment to animal welfare. The proposed long-term agreement with Sydney Dogs and Cats Home is a positive step, and I commend council for recognising the importance of stable, compassionate animal impounding services. I also want to acknowledge the value of council's free desexing and microchipping programs. These services make a real difference, especially for residents who care for unowned cats on private property. These cats, often called community cats, are not feral or wild. They're part of our neighbourhoods, and many locals quietly feed and look after them out of kindness. With support, these cats can be desexed, microchipped and kept out of shelters, thereby reducing strain on services and improving outcomes for everyone. I encourage council to continue offering these programs and to work more closely with grassroots charities like my local cat unity, which is proudly based in the Georges River LGA. Our work is deeply embedded in the community, and desexing is one of our 4 core pillars, alongside education, advocacy and support for carers. We're ready and willing to help promote and distribute these services, especially in areas where language, access or awareness might be a barrier. By working together, we can ensure these programs reach the people who need them most. I also urge council to formally support community cat programs that recognise and assist residents caring for these animals. These programs help manage stray cat populations, reduce complaints and build stronger connections between council and the community. Georges River Council has the opportunity to lead by example, not just through its impounding agreement, but by formally recognising and supporting the everyday residents who are already doing the work of caring, feeding and protecting community cats. Together we can create a more compassionate, coordinated approach to animal welfare, one that includes shelters, councils and the people who care deeply about the animals around them. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you. Our next speaker is joining remotely. It's Dr. Amani Bishai, speaking on FRMCC 00225, Assets and Infrastructure Committee Deferred Report on the Blakehurst and Colga Bay Roads Overland Flow Flood Study, the draft flood study report. Dr. Bishai, are you there?
Yes, I am.
This is Mayor Elise Borg. You are now joined to the council meeting. You have 3 minutes if you'd like to start your address, please.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address the meeting tonight. And I apologise that I'm not attending in person as I'm interstate. My name is Amani Bishai and I'm a local general practitioner in South Hurstville since 2002. I reside on Castle Street, Blakehurst, and have been for the last 18 years. I understand this agenda before council tonight is in regards to 5,000 properties in Blakehurst proposed to be tagged as at high risk of flooding. This proposal was triggered by the early 2020 flood events in Richmond and northern New South Wales. We all recall the horror stories of drownings, helicopters lifting people out of semi-submerged cars and houses underwater. We understand that the government, via the relevant minister's office, demanded that their departments, those of climate change, energy, the environment and water, address those risks, which was done through a policy and grants to local councils. Now, we know that other councils that started this process have caused unnecessary grief to properties that are not flood risk. It seems to me that in those councils, the flood engineers, in being overzealous, have caused unnecessary harm to homeowners with difficulty in having their properties insured. Now, I've lived on the SAG area of Castle Street, Blakehurst, for 18 years and haven't seen even a water puddle anywhere on the property. Our driveway slopes down into the garage and we've had no water going into our garage in the last 18 years. Our neighbour, who has lived in his property for 44 years, reports the exact same. We are putting forward the request that residents team up with council to address this issue with the Honourable Chris Minns and the Honourable Penny Sharp. Our council representatives have stood by the residents before, and we trust that this will continue. Thank you.
To Dr. Bashai. Our next speaker is Khalid Azhar, and he's speaking on the same item, FRMCC 00225, Assets and Infrastructure Committee Deferred Report on the Blakehurst and Cogger Bay Woods Overland Flow Flood Study, Draft Flood Study Report. Are you there, Mr. Azhar?
Yes, good evening. This is Khalid Azhar. I'm an engineer with 14 years of local government experience, 10 of them with Hurstville Council. I'm addressing Council tonight to object to the third recommendation of the Blakehurst Overflow Flood Study Report. It's recommending undertaking community consultation at this early stage. The reason for this objection is to undertake an important step first. This step is to go with the residents to the Minister's office and test with them the intent of the policy they asked their department to draft and administer, and see if it was intended to capture something like 5,000 properties in suburban Blakehurst, take them for flood risk. We suspect that this is not the case. This was evident in other areas where residents lost their insurance as a result. In those cases, the perceived risk by the government was passed on to council via policy and grants, which was then passed on to the consultants, and then the residents ended up carrying the unnecessary liability, which is not fair. Let's pause on making this public and doing a lot of harm. I would like to clarify 4 points in support of this request. Number one, let's not believe any rumours that we understand how insurance companies price their risks. We all know that insurance prices go up and they never come down. I would completely dismiss sources other than the underwriters. We all know that this is insurance companies' IP. We have seen people losing their insurances after council releasing such reports. Number two, let's not pretend that the properties that are being tagged would only need to provide free board when they lodge the AIDS Council, and that makes everybody happy. This is not the case. Case law from 1975 and the 70s show that councils are identifying flooding risk. Then they admit to nuisance being caused by council, putting water from the public road into private property, and that requires immediate mitigation by council. This would be a huge burden for council and the community to gold plate its drainage assets, which were designed to 1 in 20 events. This means not spending on roads, parks, libraries, playground equipment, or through building cars park, which is really bad for the community. Number three, the area like Blakehurst is not Richmond, it's not Northern New South Wales. It's a series of narrow peninsulas with a ridge in the middle. They have very low risks to consider. 5,000 properties tagged in this area is a red flag that points towards a policy gone wrong. Fourth and last point is understood from the leader that out of the 10,000 letters that council asked for in asking information, 611 advised that their properties had not been affected by flooding compared to 135 who reported various flood effects. Engineers indicated spending 1 day of grand truthing. This indicates that they dismissed the share of the 611 residents who would be tagged. We would expect that this exercise of grand truthing of these properties on site would happen prior to private consultation. Failure to do so can only be interpreted by a complete dismissal of residents' capacity to observe when their land has been flooded or inundated, not an option in suburban Blakehurst. We have low set houses. We have no houses elevated on stumps where you could get flooded on but not feel it.
Thank
Finally,
you.
I strongly...
Your time is up, so I'll just ask you to conclude your comments.
Yeah, it's just I'm closing by strongly advocating that the community and the council go together to the state ministers and doing more grand truthing regarding the 611 properties, those that may have been tagged. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Azhar. Our next speaker is Teresa Cott, speaking in person on FRMCC 00225. Assets and Infrastructure Committee Deferred Report on the Blakehurst and Cogger Bay Wards Overland Flow Flood Study, the Draft Flood Study Report.
Good evening. The story on the front page of the Leader, and listening to the two previous speakers before me, there is a problem, poor public awareness. Georges River Council operates a floodplain risk management committee which is not open to the public. So how do you learn what it is that this committee is doing? It is presenting some modelling. but but the speakers before me are talking about puddles of water. I think we've got a bit of a cross purpose here. I can talk about my little street, Gladstone Street in Cogra. The water came down from heaven. The pump stopped working in the basement car park and we had flooding. It's sort of fairly basic. What else is going to happen with this extra water that's coming into the wards, the areas, the suburbs? Well, our first problem is that we're putting in more housing, more concrete is going in, and more concrete doesn't absorb water, but the water flow off needs an infrastructure to take that water away. The Floodplain Risk Management Committee isn't involved with the infrastructure. They are just involved in modelling what it is that they can see from the topography, from the water, and what is coming from the insurance industry to say, we have a problem. It's not the people that have got the problem. We have the problem here at council level. What about these floodplains? Well, I can point to the New South Wales Housing Development Authority set up by the New South Wales government to bypass some of the state council, Georges River Council, and they have approved a high-rise building on the site of the cinema in Beverly Hills, right next door to a stormwater creek. We are building on floodplain land. There is a special design that has been promoted so that the water is going to go underneath the building, not knock the building over. As to the housing insurance industry relies upon what the councils do. It goes into a database called the National Flood Information Data. All of that goes into one place. Georges River seems to think that we are independent. We're not. So are we going to talk to state government and say that we don't want this tagging? Well, if we go back to our April meeting here, we are going to be writing to the state government regarding LMR Beverly Hills. So that is already underway.
Thank you, Ms. Cott. Our next speaker is Nen He, and it's a written submission, NM06725, on the Beverly Hills Commuter Car Park.
Apologies, I'm actually here.
Sorry. Please go ahead.
So it must have slipped through the cracks. Good evening, councillors and Madam Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. As you may be aware, the current multi-storey commuter car park was built on top of and replaced what used to be the Beverly Hills Community Car Park. It has provided 3 hours of free parking for residents and visitors. When I found out that a new car park was under construction, I thought it was a great initiative to increase the overall availability of parking near Beverly Hills train station. However, to my great disappointment, I later learned that the car park was for commuters, where parking is only free if you tapped on with an Opal card to use the train. And not only that, but there will no longer be free parking after hours, long after workers had completed their commutes. Right now, the cost of parking without an Opal card tap-on is simply prohibitive. However, hence the opening of the commuter car park meant a net loss of after-hours affordable parking space for residents and visitors. Where we used to have 3 hours free parking, we now have to pay a prohibitive fee. I note that there are no other public car parks on the west side of King George's Road. This has meant it is very difficult for those residents to visit the many local shops, businesses, and restaurants along King George's Road, particularly the restaurants, which are mainly found on the west side of King George's Road and are open during dinner time, which is a time that does not conflict with commuters' use of the car park. This issue is particularly pronounced on Friday and Saturday nights because while the many restaurants are open for business, it's difficult for customers to reach them without walking a long distance. Street parking isn't possible either, as anything nearby is already taken. We would have to park a long distance away to access those shops and restaurants. This just isn't practical for families like mine with very young children. Indeed, we had only visited a restaurant on King George's Road once since the loss of the old council car park because of how difficult it is to find parking. Furthermore, since the closure of the old car park, the nearby streets have been packed with more cars because of the lack of parking availability. I live somewhat close by, and this has meant that visitors to my home often have difficulties in finding a place to park, especially on Friday and Saturday nights. I also live on a street that ends in a cul-de-sac, and I have noticed an increased flow of cars driving down my street looking for parking, and then turning around at the cul-de-sac upon finding none. Hence, it seems that the removal of the old car park and the prohibitive cost of the new car park has contributed to an increase in traffic from cars driving around the neighborhood looking for parking. So in conclusion, I commend Councillor Wang for proposing this motion and hope there can be a way for residents and visitors to have access to the same fee-free parking that we used to enjoy before it was transplanted by the commuter car park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Our next speaker is Jackie Suri, in person on NM 06725, also on the Beverly Hills Commuter Car Park. Oh, this one's written? Okay.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Jackie and I'm the owner of Pleasant Chinese Restaurant here in Beverly Hills. I opened my restaurant just last year because I fell in love with this area, the people, the sense of community, and of course, Beverly Hills' legendary dining culture. In less than 12 months, I've been lucky to attract many loyal customers. But there is one challenge that comes up in almost every conversation with them: parking, or rather the lack of it. A few years ago, customers could enjoy 3 hours of free parking at the council car park. Restaurants and shops were busy, the street was lively, and the business was good for everyone. Then came COVID, which hurted all of us. And just as we were finding our feet again, the free parking was taken away. For small businesses like mine, it felt like a double hit. First the pandemic, then the parking fees. I've spoken with other owners along the street. We all share the same concern. Our customers want to come and enjoy dinner, drop by a cafe or pick up takeaway, but many simply turn away because parking is too hard or too expensive. A parking rate for non-commuters is not ideal for someone just coming for a meal. We know there are complexities between council and Transport for New South Wales, especially since the car park ownership changed hands, but we also believe solutions are possible if everyone works together. For example, why not explore a voucher system? Restaurants and shops could give customers a parking credit with their receipt, or perhaps part of the proceeds from the original transfer could support short stay free parking for locals and visitors. As business owners, we're even willing to contribute to make it work, because we know that when parking is accessible, our whole street benefits, and so does the wider community. That's why I strongly support Councillor Wang's motion tonight. It asks Council to pause, look at the options and talk with New South Wales Transport to find a way forward. We need tangible action now, not just for my restaurant, but for every business trying to keep Beverly Hills vibrant and welcoming. I hope you will support this motion and work with us to bring customers back to our street. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tamer Tadros, in person on NM 06H25, car parking strategy and McMahon Street, removal of 1 hour free parking.
Good evening. My name is Tamer Tadros. I am the owner of Friendly Pharmacy, located directly across the road from the council building. I have operated the business for the past 12 years. Over the years, I have seen nearby car park change from offering 4 hours free parking to 2, then 1, which actually helped local businesses by increasing customer turnover and making parking more accessible. However, since the introduction of paid parking with no free period, we have seen the opposite effect. Customers are being deterred and are choosing alternative shopping areas where free parking is still available, such as shopping center like Westfield. This has directly impacted our business this month. While it may seem like it's only $1 for 1 hour, but the shift from free to paid parking is significant, especially for our predominantly elderly customer base, many of whom are elder already, don't get tough financially. Our street includes not only the pharmacy, but there is also a GP, radiology clinic, skin specialist, and cardiologist. Many patients use the car park to access these essential services. Now, even these pre-visits incur a cost. which places financial burden on some of the most vulnerable members of the community. In speaking with customers, I have found overwhelming dissatisfaction with this change, which is why we initiated a petition and we received strong support. We have a 10 paper full of people in the petition signed. Additionally, I take a bit of issue with the way the change was implemented. We received no formal notice beforehand and only learned of the change only a few days prior, giving us no time to respond or inform our customers properly. I attempted to contact the councillors, and I've been able to contact Ben, and he's been helpful. And I sent emails, and I got a response from yourself, Mayor, and thank you for that. That there is free, like there is some disabled parking, but there's only one spot, and it's rarely available. Furthermore, many of our elderly customers, often in their 80s and 70s, do not qualify for a disability permit, yet still struggle with mobility and would benefit from at least 1 hour of free parking. I urge the council to reconsider this decision and reinstate a period of free parking to support local businesses and the community members who rely on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tadros. Our next speaker is Vivian Zhu, a written submission on NM 06825, car parking strategy and McMahon Street removal of 1 hour free parking.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Vivian Zhu and I manage the St Vincent de Paul Society's charity shop in Hurstville, just next to the council car park in Tracy Street. I'm here tonight on behalf of our customers, our staff and our volunteers, many of whom have raised serious concerns with me about the recent decision to remove the 1 hour free parking at Tracy Street car park. For years, that free parking has been an essential support to local businesses and community services like ours. Our shop is not just a store, it's a place where vulnerable members of the community come for affordable clothing, household items, and sometimes simply a friendly face. Many of them are pensioners, people on low incomes, or those doing it tough. A $1 per hour parking fee might sound small, but for some of our customers, it is a real barrier, especially when they are already choosing between essentials. Our volunteers who give their time freely have also raised concerns. They park near the shop to work their shifts, often multiple times a week. Charging them to help the community feels like a step in the wrong direction. The removal of free parking also reduces short stay visits. Most of our customers only need 15 to 30 minutes to drop off donations, quickly browse or pick up something essential. This policy change discourages those visits and ultimately hurts both local trade and the social good we are trying to do. I understand council needs to balance revenue and management of car parks, but surely there's a way to keep at least 1 hour free, whether through staggered pricing or adjustments elsewhere, without hurting local business and vulnerable people. I urge you to support Councillor Lang's motion to pause the changes and review alternatives and consult with the community before making any permanent decision. On behalf of our customers, volunteers and the people we serve, I thank you for listening and hope you will keep accessibility and compassion at the heart of this decision.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sam Luo on NM 06925, the Bruce Lee 52nd Anniversary Memorial Service Recognition and endorsement of Sister City relationship with Hyundai City.
Good evening.
Oh, sorry, if you could just press the button on the right. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councillors. My name is Chi Jones. I'm representative of Sam Low. We are on behalf of the Sundak Association of Australia and the Royal Dragon Friends Club Australia. And the third party is the Taste of Sundak Restaurant. I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to George River Council for its generous support the Bruce Lee 52nd Anniversary Memorial Service. This year's event was a true celebration of the cultural history and community. It brought together martial artists, business leaders, chefs, performance, resident and visitor, it reminded us of the value Bruce Lee embodied spirit, that is resilience, adaptability, and unity. I particularly want to acknowledge Councillor Sam Strakopoulos for representing the mayor and to thank the mayor of the council for their ongoing recognition of this important cultural association. We also thank our partners, the former corporate mayor Nicholas Vavaris and Deputy Mayor Anil Tang, the federal and state members who joined us this year, the delegation of Sundak leaders and female entrepreneurs and the talented chefs from Sundak who shared their skills with our community this year. It was a proud moment for our association to see the Bruce Lee statue, a gift from the Sundak City in 2010, continue to inspire new generation. It symbolizes a friendship and cultural bond that has lasted more than a decade. We look forward to working closely with both Sundak City and George River Council in the months and years ahead to support these initiatives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you again to the council and all the partners for making this Bruce Lee 52nd anniversary such a remembered success for this year. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ginger Lee. It's a written submission speaking on NM07025 social media platforms.
My name is Ginger Lee. I'm a resident of the Georges River Council area and the president of the Australian Chinese Heritage Paper Art Club, a community group based in this region. I'm writing to express my strong support for Deputy Mayor Nancy Liu's motion to adopt social media platforms such as WeChat and Little Red Book as official channels for communicating council messages. These platforms are widely used and convenient for both individuals and communities, particularly within multicultural groups. Adopting them would have several significant benefits. One, improved communication. It would strengthen the relationship between the council and local multicultural communities by using platforms that they are already familiar with. Two, efficient information sharing. Information about council matters could be delivered quickly and accurately, helping to prevent misinformation and reduce the risk of unnecessary confusion or the misuse of resources. Three, better community engagement. These platforms offer built-in features to collect feedback, track engagement and measure reach. For instance, our association runs on an online magazine called Mobile Colourful Plate, which currently has 2,033 subscribers. When we publish a newsletter or article, it is automatically delivered to all subscribers. Readers can interact with the content, for example, by liking it, and those interactions help further distribute the information through their networks on platforms like WeChat. In summary, I believe the Council's adoption of WeChat and Little Red Book would greatly enhance community engagement, ensure more effective communication and support social harmony across our diverse population.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marina Lau, in person on NM07025 social media platforms. Thank you.
Dear Madam Mayor and Councillor, thank you for the opportunity to deliver my speech this evening. First of all, I firmly support the notice of motion MN07025 social media platform put forward by Deputy Mayor Nancy Liu. In New South Wales, particularly in local government areas such as Georges River, Burwood, Ryde, Strathfield, Charleswood, where there's a high proportion of the Chinese-speaking residents. Chinese language social media has become an essential channel for connecting government with the Chinese community. At present, most members of the Chinese community rely on platforms such as WeChat, Xiaohongshu, the Little Red Book for news, information, and interaction. Traditional government communication channels such as uh, website, Facebook, Instagram, or printed materials have limited reach among this demographic. We also know that some greater Sydney councils, such as Burwood, have already established official WeChat accounts. As a business owner of medical center in Hurstville, I really appreciate the value of the connecting our Chinese patient using WeChat for communication, makes it so easier for them, as it is a platform they engage with daily. In conclusion, by increasing accessibility of information, George Rivers Council can enhance transparency, strengthen community engagement, and reduce misunderstanding and misinformation. I sincerely thank Deputy Mayor Liu for putting forward this motion, which provides council with the opportunity to understand feasibility study into Chinese social media platforms such as WeChat and Xiaohongshu. This study will help to engage with the Chinese-speaking community group and social multicultural media experts to identify key contents and communication needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lam. Our next speaker is Tika Lee, speaking in person on NM 07125, and which is acknowledgement and congratulations to Lee Wong Mi Fong JP, Asia Pacific and Tangible Cultural Heritage Culinary Promotion Ambassador Australia, and MM 01525, Asia Pacific Intangible Honorary Medal. Oh, sorry. Yeah, just press that button again so the light turns on. No, sorry, just press the button on the right. There you go.
Dear Madam Mayor and councillors, thank you to Deputy Mayor Nancy Liu for moving motion NN 071-25. Acknowledgement and congratulations to Lee Wong Mi Fong JP, Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Promotion Ambassador Australia. It is my honor tonight to support this motion and to recognize the outstanding contribution of Ms. Wong Mi Fong to the Georges River community and the wider Asian community. For more than 30 years, May has been a familiar and respectful presence in our community. She hosts weekly cooking program on 2CR Chinese radio, also a popular Goldman Express on SBS Cantonese, and wrote a food columns in Asian Chinese Daily. May was the first generation foodie and an early age influencer, long before YouTube and social media, using multimedia platform to share message of diversity, equality, and collaboration with thousands. For early 1990s, May has been actively participating in council festival, coordinating volunteers, supporting fundraising initiative, and cooking demonstration at Lunar New Year on Forest Road. On stage, she shared her expertise and acted as a rocket power bank, cheering residents and helping migrants feel at home. Through this warm tradition, she has connected Asian communities and council, bringing families together and strengthening social connection. We only got 1 more minute. So for the next motion,
I also want to express my full support for MM015-25, recognizing Deputy Mayor Nancy New on receiving the Asian Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Honorary Medal. This recognition celebrates Nancy's outstanding and sustainable contribution to promote multiculturalism and safeguarding intangible cultural heritage within Georges River. Her tireless leadership in fostering intercultural dialogue, supporting heritage preservation, and empowering culturally diverse committee. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate Deputy Mayor. We are proud to stand beside her as receiving her distinguished award. Thank you for everyone tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Our next speaker is Esmond Cho, MD, speaking in person on NM07125. Acknowledgement and congratulations to Lee Wong Mi Fong, JP, Asia Pacific and Tangible Cultural Heritage Culinary Promotion Ambassador, Australia. Thank you, Mr. Cho. That's ready to go, so just speak, please go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
That's already out.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. It is my honour as Managing Director of 2CR Chinese Radio to stand before you today to acknowledge a remarkable achievement by our dear colleague and community advocate, Miss Lee Wong Mei Fong JP, also affectionately known to us as Lei Tai. Mrs. Lee has been officially appointed as the Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Culinary Promotion Ambassador Australia by the Australian Pacific Council for International Intangible Cultural Heritage. This is not only a recognition of her outstanding personal contribution, but also a proud moment for all of us. For many years, Mrs. Lee has used her voice through her radio program. A rough translation is Mrs. Lee's Top Picks, to share the stories behind food, heritage, and family traditions to our audiences. She has given our listeners not just recipes and flavors, but a window into culture, history, and identity. Her tireless works, decades of tireless works, has built bridges between generations and between cultures, making sure that the spirit of Chinese culture, culinary traditions lives on and reaches a wider stage. We also acknowledge the important role played by the Australian Chinese Cuisine Association and many chefs and restaurants who, alongside Mrs. Lee, have embraced the Asia Pacific certification system to raise standards and promote Chinese cuisine internationally. The work ensures that our culinary traditions are preserved while continuing to evolve and inspire. On behalf of 2CR Chinese Radio, we'd like to express our heartfelt congratulations. Mrs. Lee's appointment is richly deserved. She has become a cultural ambassador, showing how food can unite people, strengthen identity, and contribute to Australia's multicultural story. And finally, Deputy Mayor Liu and Georges River Council, thank you for recognizing this achievement today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. Our next speaker is Jianping Zhu, written submission on NM07225, Lowered Mid-Rise Housing, LMR and Transit-Oriented Development. Todd.
We acknowledge and commend the state government's low and mid-rise housing policy, which overrides the LEP and provides a vital opportunity to address housing needs. We also appreciate Councillor Nancy Liu's motion. However, we believe Georges River Council has not fully recognised the importance of the LMR policy, and the current motion does not adequately address residents' concerns or resolve the substantive issues we face. Residents therefore call on Georges River Council to take the following actions without delay. 1. Amend and finalise the LEP and DCP to fully align with the state government's LMR policy. 2. Simplify and accelerate the DA process, ensuring fair and timely outcomes so that applicants are not left waiting indefinitely. 3. Improve transparency in how the LEP, DCP and LMR policy interact, providing clear guidance to residents. 4. Remove restrictions on the O'Brien Heritage Conservation Area and revoke its designation given the absence of genuine heritage listed items.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liu Jun on NM07225, the Lower Mid-Rise Housing Elamar and Todd. And that Liu John is speaking in person over here.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Councillor, and all ladies and gentlemen. I'm a resident of O'Brien Conservation Area, and today I speak on behalf of our community to respectfully request the Council reconsider and remove the heritage conservation status of this area. First, there are no buildings here with genuine historical value and official heritage listing. Most houses are ordinary and lack distinctive features. According to the Council's website, this conservation area was established to commemorate World War II era buildings. In reality, no such events occurred here. If this reasoning were applied consistently, then thousands of houses across the Georges River area will also require protection, which clearly makes no sense. Second, the process by which this conservation area was created in 1998 was deeply flawed. Residents were never asked for consent. Only a notice was issued. Many long-term residents never signed any agreement. Imposing permanent restrictions on private property without consultation or compensation runs contrary to the very principles of democracy and fairness. Third, the burden on residents is severe. May I ask the councillors, how many of you actually live in a heritage conservation area? If you have, you know what it feels like. Renovations become difficult, rebuilding is restricted, and property values fall by 20 to 30% compared to similar homes outside the zone. Residents are left to carry the financial cost of these restrictions. So, I ask again, whose interests are truly being protected? For these reasons, we sincerely urge the Council to lift the heritage conservation designation on O'Brien. Doing so will restore freedom to residents and allow Hurstville to grow towards a future that genuinely serves its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Lee, speaking on NM 07225, Lonely Rise Housing, LMR and transport-oriented development.
Honourable Mayor and Councillors, as a representative of residents living around Hurstville Station, we are deeply disappointed that our station has been excluded from the state government's transit-oriented development plan. The motion stated that TOD decisions rest with the state. Yet in March 2024, Georges River Council recommended Kogarah Station while excluding Hurstville, citing lack of infrastructure and existence of a conservation area. Hurstville's infrastructure has always been stronger than Kogarah's. Hurstville has a larger shopping centre, more than double the number of bus stands, and countless more local restaurants, financial institutions, and other services. It has the only indoor cinema in a 5-kilometre radius, the only Bank of China in a 10-kilometre radius, and many residents from surrounding suburbs, including those from Kogarah, visit Hurstville to utilise its services. By contrast, an overly conservative approach only leads to population loss and economic stagnation. Over the past years, Hurstville has been losing its middle-class residents, and economic growth has significantly slowed. Resident retailers are closing earlier and earlier, and if needed, major chains will consider relocating. As Hurstville is an anchor suburb of Georges River LGA, if Hurstville loses its appeal, then investors will turn their attention to other precincts. We respect the historical significance of the State Heritage Inventory. However, the conservation area does not contain any such structures. Its designation is controversial and has unfairly restricted residents' rights and Hurstville's growth. With its close proximity to Hurstville Station and King George's Road, this area is ideal to support a significant population of the next generation of Hurstville residents. This is a long-term strategy, and the infrastructure will have time to adapt. There will be additional jobs not only during the redevelopment phase, but after, which will drive local business activity, population growth, and investment opportunities. With the increased cash flow from additional lots, we trust Georges River Council will invest appropriately into maintaining and improving the infrastructure. On this basis, we make 3 clear calls. We strongly urge Council to represent the will of residents and actively recommend to the Department of Planning reinstate Hurstville Station 400-meter radius into the TUD program. If needed, Council should support direct consultation between the state government and O'Brien Conservation Area residents for TUD reassessment. We call for future amendments to the LEP to align with TUD principles, ensuring that planning reflects the growth needs of Hurstville. We call for the removal of restrictions on the O'Brien Conservation Area to unlock land potential, support the state in tackling the housing crisis, and inject long-term momentum into Hurstville's future development. This is not only about the future of Hurstville, but for the LG of Georges River Council, Sydney, and Australia as a whole. We urge Council to act decisively and to take advantage of this critical opportunity to allow Hurstville to reach its full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Our next speaker is Queen Lee on NM07225, low mid-rise housing, LMR and transport-oriented development.
The written submission.
Oh, it's written submission, sorry.
Dear Mayor and Councillors, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Deputy Mayor Nancy Liu for moving the motion tonight, NM072, LMR and Todd. I wish to clearly state my position in support of this motion. The initiative demonstrates a welcome commitment to addressing housing needs and enhancing the livability of our community. As a local resident, I am encouraged by the direction taken and efforts to ensure that such development align with broader community goals. While I understand that the decision for the developments rests with state government, I would like to raise a key concern regarding the additional demands that this development will inevitably place on local facilities and infrastructure. With an increase in population density, it is essential that the supporting services, such as public transport, currently already in a bad situation, schools, healthcare facilities, green spaces and utility infrastructure are assessed and appropriately scaled to meet future needs. Given the Council's local knowledge and close relationship with the community, I would respectfully request that Council continues to advocate on our behalf and act as a bridge between residents and state government. It is crucial that infrastructure planning, particularly public transport, be considered in parallel with resident expansion to ensure the development is both sustainable and beneficial to current and future residents. I appreciate the Council's efforts in representing our community and trust you will continue to work towards ensuring appropriate support facilities accompany this development. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to our community. Sincerely, Koi Lee.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wei Wang, a written submission on NM07225, lower mid-rise housing policy.
Dear Madam Mayor and Councillors, I would like to express my firm support to Deputy Mayor Nancy Liu for moving the motion tonight, NM072, LMR and Todd. As always, Deputy Mayor Nancy Liu has acted in the interests of council residents and raised a few very critical points in terms of sustainable growth of the council and welfare of its people. I live in Peakhurst and is one of the satellite suburbs that leverage Hurstville for many of the social and educational activities. Me, along with a group of nearby residents, are quite concerned with this new policy and how that is going to impact us. The increased density of Hurstville as an inevitable result of this new LMR and Todd legislation will no doubt have profound impact on all residents, young or old, existing or newcomers. This suburb presently is already under the pump from various perspectives, including traffic, parking, public facilities and schooling. Council has also tried its best to find the right balance between growth and sustainability, and it was challenging. We all know that the population growth justifies for infrastructure improvement. If state government elects to build new suburbs in the outer area, they will have to spend on building roads, hospitals, schools, police stations, libraries, and all other applicable facilities. Now the state government is resolving the increasing housing pressure by selecting a number of suburbs such as Hurstville, then correspondingly same kind of spending should be allocated on these suburbs so the population influx in these suburbs can be supported by more parking, better roads, more schools or bigger school buildings, more staff at hospital and more staff at police stations. In the absence of this finding, Hurstville will fall into a victim of this new status rather than a so-called winner, as all existing residents and nearby suburbs residents will be heavily discounted. This will beat the purpose of the state government's policy. With Hurstville being made LMR and TOD status by state legislation, it is not up to any residents or any groups to accept or deny this status. Under this very important condition, the more practical step for council to take is nothing more than 1, promote the awareness amongst the residents in an effort to clarify the goal and meaning of these new jargon and avoid any miscommunication. This is actually aligning local government with state government when the latter has already endorsed and legalised a new policy. 2, with the purpose of protecting current residents' welfare and ensuring state government's policy can truly work as per its original design, request funding and support to facilitate this new status system. Many thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Mark Steed. It's also a written submission on NM 07325, Hurstville Schools Precinct Traffic Study.
Dear Mayor and Councillors, on behalf of the Hurstville Public School community, I write to strongly support Councillor Wang's motion regarding the urgent implementation of short-term safety and traffic management actions within the Hurstville School Precinct. The Hurstville School Precinct Traffic Study in November 2024 clearly identifies the risk faced daily by our students, families and the broader community. I reiterate that there are more than 4,000 young people aged 5 to 18 years who are travelling within the Hurstville Educational Precinct, with additional family members each day to and from the school, 6 schools within the precinct. While the 34 recommendations the traffic study contains are all important, many of the short-term priorities are critical for protecting children as they travel to and from school. Since the study's endorsement, the commencement of large-scale construction projects at 1 to 3 Wright Street and 108 to 124 Forest Road, Hurstville, has created additional hazards, including increased traffic congestion, reduced visibility and a higher risk of pedestrian vehicle conflict. These impacts are being felt most acutely during school drop-off and pick-up times, when large numbers of young children and families are navigating the precinct. Of particular concern are the Hill Street and Forest Road pedestrian crossings, where the combination of poor visibility, the absence of a refuge island, faded line markings and the removal of the bus shelter has made an already challenging location increasingly unsafe. Parents, staff and students have repeatedly raised concerns about this site, and we urge Council to address it as a matter of priority. We welcome Council's commitment to collaboration with developers and other stakeholders, but it is essential that this translates into clear progress, confirmed budget allocations and timely delivery of agreed measures. Schools and families need to feel confident that safety is being prioritised above all other considerations. Accordingly, the Hurstville Public School community supports the motion to accelerate delivery of short-term safety measures ahead of medium and long-term actions, confirm and communicate budget allocations for all short-term works, work closely with developers and government agencies to manage construction-related impacts, provide public updates so that the schools and families remain informed and engaged. Georges River Council has a vital role in ensuring that the Hurstville School Precinct remains safe and accessible for children, parents, staff and the community. We respectfully urge councillors to endorse and act on this motion without delay. Thank you for your consideration of this urgent matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Yuan, also a written submission on NM 07325, Hurstville School Precinct Traffic Study.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. As a representative of the local community and school families, I'd like to raise several urgent concerns and propose practical solutions in response to the current motion from Councillor Wang, NM 04025 and NM 07325, Hurstville School Precinct Traffic Study. Urgent safety implementation. Many short-term traffic safety measures around Hurstville Public School have fallen behind. We urge Council to prioritise pedestrian crossings, fresh line marking and increased supervision during school drop-off and pick-up times. These are not luxuries, they are necessities. 2. Construction coordination. With multiple developments underway, including 1 to 3 Wright Street, our community is facing overlapping noise, dust and road disruptions. We ask Council to enforce a unified construction schedule and ensure developers assign a liaison to report monthly updates and handle local concerns. 3. Danger zone at Hill and Forest. The Hill Street Forest Road intersection is a high-risk zone. We request immediate temporary safety measures, flashing warning lights, clearer signage and a pedestrian island while a permanent redesign is planned. 4. Congestion and enforcement. Traffic congestion has worsened during weekdays and weekends. We propose trialling a one-way flow system, designated parent drop-off zones and stricter enforcement against illegal parking near school gates. 5. Communication and transparency. We need clear multilingual updates on all safety works. Please commit to monthly online progress reports and host regular community briefings involving council, schools and developers. In summary, we support the motion, but we need urgent visible action, not just in plans, but on the ground to keep our children safe and our community informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Wood, and it is also a written submission on NM 07325 Hurstville School Precinct Traffic Study.
To whom it may concern, I am writing to raise an urgent concern regarding the pedestrian crossing located at the corner of Forest Road and Hill Street. This crossing is a critical point for pedestrians in the area, yet it currently poses a serious safety hazard. The signage and lighting at this crossing are inadequate, especially during evenings and poor weather conditions. The painted markings have faded significantly, making it difficult for drivers to notice the crossing in time. With the ongoing roadworks and construction on the corner of Hill Street, the situation has worsened as traffic flow has become more unpredictable and visibility further reduced. I've personally witnessed dozens of near-miss incidents where pedestrians were almost struck by vehicles while attempting to cross. It is only a matter of time before a serious accident occurs if urgent improvements are not made. I strongly urge the Council to take immediate action to repaint and clearly mark the pedestrian crossing, install brighter and more visible signage, improve lighting in the area, and ensure traffic management around the construction site prioritises pedestrian safety. The pedestrian crossing at Forest Road and Hill Street is an essential part of our community safety infrastructure, and addressing these issues will help prevent potential tragedies. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I look forward to seeing urgent improvements made.
Thank you. Our next four speakers are speaking on the same item, which is NM 07425. Our next speaker will be Nasser Hussain in person on that item DA 2025-02747, which is 47 to 49 Planters Road, Carlton. Before the speaker commences, I would just like to point out that on this item we are speaking directly to the motion, which is with regards to the notification of this DA, and we cannot be discussing anything with regards to the merits of the DA. So, Mr. Nasser Hussain, if you could please go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, councillors, ladies and gentlemen of the public. I thank you firstly for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to express my disappointment that this DA has even been placed on the agenda for a decision, as no other DA has been dragged into this kind of political theatre. Councillor Gao can hide behind the mask of public interest, but other DAs considered contentious, he remained silent, as others did. A church in Planthurst Road, a childcare in Blakehurst, and a new liquor licence in Carlton all proceeded without this extraordinary interference. So why is this one any different? The only obvious difference is that this application is for the Muslim community. The last time a councillor intervened like this, getting in the way of a proper DA process, was at 82 Botany Street in Carlton, also an Islamic place of worship. A clear pattern is emerging in Georges River. There continues to be calls for applications linked to Islam to be treated with suspicion and hostility. Council's officers have followed the proper process without bias, yet this motion calls for a double standard, one rooted in prejudice against the Muslim community. This motion looks less like Councillor Gao ensuring planning diligence and more like him engaging in religious targeting. As the applicant, it feels like I'm being targeted because of my faith. I represent a peaceful community, one that makes up about 5% of the LGA. We are everyday Australians, school teachers, nurses, and police officers. We're not asking for special treatment, just equal treatment. Council's professional staff and planning department have already confirmed that this application has been notified under the requirements of the Community Engagement Strategy 2018 to 2028. Advertising was taken out in 2 local papers. What more is expected? Do you want a billboard on the M5? For Mr. Gower to demand special hurdles for my application shows prejudice and a dangerous willingness to bend the rules for political gain. This is not integrity, this is bias. Instead of burning through $10,000 in public funds and resources, he better serve his community by fixing potholes and addressing traffic dangers. Ratepayers deserve solutions, not these political stunts. Planning decisions must be based on planning law, not prejudice, not misinformation, and certainly not fear. If council starts applying double standards, it erodes the entire planning and representation system. This is about more than just the DA. It's about community, it's about whether every community in Georges River has equal rights. I urge councillors to take a stand against double standards and prejudice. Today, you can send a very clear message. Georges River is about a place for everyone, not just for those who fit Councillor Gow's narrow view of who belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hussain. The next speaker is Dennis Nolan, speaking in person on NM07425, the same item DA 2025-0247, which is for 47 to 49 Planters Road, Carlton. Mr. Nolan, please go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to support Councillor Thomas Gow with his motion NMO 74.25, item titled DA 2025-0247, 47 to 49 Planthurst Road, Carlton. This motion is about transparency within the council as advising residents and neighbours of new DA sites and their uses. How can submissions be taken into consideration if residents are not notified? As a resident adjacent to the site in question, I asked the council why only 2 residents were notified about this DA. As I understand the notification process, residents and neighbours' properties in a radius of 50 metres are to be notified. Then why were the residents of 49 Bellevue Parade, a block of 7 units, not notified when they can reach out and touch the wall of this industrial site? Along with this issue is why were we not given notice of the DA for the industrial building in the first instance, as I for one would have objected to the original DA of this industrial building on obvious grounds. As residents in close proximity to this industrial site, we are here now to try and address this issue. We are asking council for new notifications to be sent out to neighbouring properties in an 800-metre radius of the industrial site, so that the many problems associated to this property, such as noise and disruption, traffic and parking pressures, and impact on amenities and property values, can be properly evaluated and considered by the Planning and Assessment Committee. I will at this stage ask why documents regarding this DA have been removed from the council website. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Our next speaker is Linda, speaking in person on NM07425, same item DA 2025-0247, which is for 47 to 49 Planters Road, Carlton.
I speak for the motion raised by Councillor Thomas Gow. This is important for transparency as very few neighbours were officially notified of this DA. And how can the community submit objections if they are not made aware with fairness, openness and transparency? I have concerns about the noise submission as an acoustic study states it was conducted on my
Sorry,
property.
I'm going to stop you there. I did
Sure.
mention that we can't speak to the merits of the DA, so you can
Sure.
talk about the notification requirements, which is what the motion is about, but not about the merits about noise or traffic or anything like that.
Okay. So this motion that was the notification of our community was only let know, as Dennis said, to two of us. There needs to be a wider acknowledgement of what is being put there because of the significant impacts that it's going to have on all of the surrounding neighbourhoods, whether it's be noise, traffic, parking.
As I just said, sorry,
yes.
you could just stick to the notification,
Yeah, sure.
not the issues with the DA.
Yeah.
Your
Okay.
opportunity to do that is when it becomes before the local planning panel.
Sure.
That's where you can speak on the merits of the DA.
Okay, sure. I just feel that there's a lack of consideration of neighbours with what has been pushed ahead. There has been issues raised about the current building that is there. This was erected to the height that it is and is visible in a wide area, which makes me concerned about the intended use because we were not notified of the DA notification of the original building that was proposed that leads to grave concerns about this building application as well. There are many inconsistencies in this DA and the reports, and it needs to be made public with visible signage of the site, notification on the council's website, wider written notification to neighbours in the surrounding area to 800 metres, with an extended and reasonable time for community response, as this application is going to impact a much wider area of the community, not just within 50 metres. I fully support Councillor Thomas Gow's motion for more transparency, clearer visibility and a greater time for community consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nick Korbarkas, speaking in person on NM 07425, which is the same item, DA 2025-0247, which is 47-49 Plantus Road, Carlton. Thank you, Mr. Korbarkas.
Good evening. I wasn't aware of the DA that I couldn't speak about traffic and everything like that. That was my main concern. But the main issue is that I am speaking for the motion of Councillor Gow, strongly objecting the above-mentioned development application. Firstly, I must state my disappointment in the way that this process has been conducted. As a local resident, I have a right to be properly informed of proposals that directly impact the community. I only became aware of this application by chance, and by the time I did, the building had already been erected. The lack of transparency raises serious questions about whether due process has been followed. I did go on to noise pollution and everything like that, but okay, I can't continue. All I'm stating is that due to the lack of transparency that was issued, I live in that street, so I don't have other than I'm only up the road from that from that place there. I do request that for the reasons above that, I strongly urge the council to reopen, review, and reject the application on that motion.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Korbarkas. Our next speaker is Richard Murphy. Richard is speaking in person on NM 07625, speeding issues, Ferry Avenue, Beverley Park.
Yeah, Borg. In opening, I stress my support in favour of the motion before council. Speed is the issue. I believe the motion before you has merit and will alleviate some of my concern for public safety if only something is done. From personal observation with frequent heavy traffic, peak hour traffic on Princes Highway and Jubilee Avenue, Ferry Avenue has become an alternative route. This is a recurring pattern where motorists attempt to avoid longer delays in traffic lights. Living in view of the last right-hand bend on Ferry Avenue, vehicles travelling south regularly cross over the worn and now faded dividing double yellow lines onto the wrong side of the road. Regular vehicles clearly exceed the speed. Regularly, vehicles clearly exceed the limit. I accept change, understanding the need for increased residential development. Approximately 160 home units have been built in Beverley Park in recent years, with more pending. Ferry Avenue is a public road to be used by people in the course of their daily life. I have no objection. Speed and encouraging traffic flows to major roads are the issues. I emphasise the need to address these matters to work with all stakeholders concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Our next speaker is Mr. Barry Miller, in person on NM 07625, speeding issues, Ferry Avenue, Beverley Park.
Madam Mayor, councillors and staff, my name is Barry Miller and I live in Ferry Avenue, Beverley Park. On behalf of many of the residents in Beverley Park, we request Council to implement a sophisticated traffic management scheme for Beverley Park due to the excessive speed and volume, which is causing interruption to the safety of the area. On this basis, I support Councillor Thomas Gow and his notice of motion that is before you this evening. We ask that Council adopt this notice of motion and start the ball rolling in endeavouring to achieve our objective. Beverley Park is receiving an increase in young families who are expressing great concern about the safety of living in the area, particularly in regards to their children. Hence, our presence here this evening, and we ask for your support to try and improve the amenity of the neighbourhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Our next speaker is Ignatius Fernando, in person, speaking on the same item, NM 07625, speeding issues, Ferry Avenue, Beverley Park.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and councillors, good evening. I'm speaking in support of Councillor Thomas Gow's motion to address the speeding issues on Ferry Avenue, similar to my two previous speakers. We've only lived there for 4 years, but I believe this issue has been happening since 1994. They've been trying to get this addressed. In the last 2 years alone, the incidence of speeding by young drivers down Ferry Avenue has increased and it has gotten worse. And my concern is that sooner rather than later, that there's going to be a situation where these drivers are going to lose control of their speeding vehicles and somebody is going to get badly injured. There are young families moving onto that street with young kids, and also we see a lot of foot traffic of families walking their dogs to the nearby Moore Park off-leash dog exercise area. So we implore the council to do something about this to address the speeding issues on Ferry Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sultana Nitsa Vlahau. It's a written submission on NM 07725, Maui Shopping Centre Revitalisation.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Sutlana Vlaho and I'm commonly known as Nitsa. I've been a proud resident of Ngawi for many years. Together with my fellow Ngawi community people, Nola and Eddie, we founded Ngawi Refresh. We love our community and could see that our shopping village needed care and attention. For too long, Ngawi has felt overlooked. Our residents, shopkeepers and families rely on the shopping village every day, yet it hasn't had the same investment or focus as other centres nearby. That's why we started Ngawi Refresh, to give our community a stronger voice and to ensure Ngawi is not neglected. We've been working closely with local shopkeepers and residents who all want the same thing, a shopping village that is clean, green, safe and welcoming. less graffiti, more greenery, improved streetscapes and consistent standards across both sides of the village. This notice of motion is an important step forward. By working with Canterbury Council, by engaging with shopkeepers and community groups like ours, and by exploring joint initiatives, we can create a Ngawi that supports small businesses, attracts families and restores pride in our community. Ngawi might be a small centre, but it matters deeply to the people who live and work here. I urge Council to support this motion so that Ngawi is not forgotten, but instead becomes a thriving and vibrant part of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Kalegian, in person on NM 077-25 Ngawi Shopping Centre Revitalisation.
My name is Joseph Kalegian. Thank you for the opportunity to talk tonight. I'd also like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land we're meeting on. I was born in Ngawi. I attended Ngawi Public School and Ngawi Boys High School. I've been a pharmacist since 1990, and in 1999 I became a business owner at Ngawi Pharmacy, located in the Canterbury Bankstown Council. And then again in 2006 at Family Care Pharmacy Ngawi, located in the Georges River Council. I've witnessed the many changes that have occurred on both sides of Ngawi. Firstly, through the eyes of a child, and now as an adult business owner, a stakeholder in my very own community. I loved living in Ngawi. I love working in Ngawi now. I recall with much fondness the life and buzz that existed in Ngawi. It was always active and vibrant. We had our choice of 3 butchers, 2 major banks, a couple of greengrocers, 2 local supermarkets, and of course 2 pharmacies, the pub, a French patisserie, and even more. It's time for us to revitalise Ngawi. We need to upgrade the practical, like enough parking, to the cultural, beautiful spaces people want to be in, shops and activities as diverse as the community members themselves. There is a huge opportunity risk if we don't do this. Residents of Ngawi will choose to hang out in neighbouring suburbs. Potential businesses and services will not look to Ngawi as a place to invest, or if they have invested in, to stay in. It would be crazy not to do this given Ngawi's accessibility to public transport and the M5. Ngawi is in a perfect location to be a thriving hub in the southwest of Sydney. I've recently seen an influx of young families who are coming here for a community lifestyle. They're already enjoying the cafes, businesses and services in Ngawi, but are hungry for more. They want to live in a Ngawi they can be proud of, a Ngawi that is aesthetically pleasing, a Ngawi that is safe and welcoming. I want their kids to have the opportunity to experience the Ngawi community I did when I was young. Currently, we have some great assets in Ngawi, businesses that thrive and service the community. We have had some beautification, but these examples are isolated and are not a coordinated or a holistic response. They are a patchwork of occasional attempts, and I don't think this is representative of the Ngawi community, which is diverse, lively, and active. We want a stable, connected community. For this, we need people who will stay here for decades. To see this kind of commitment, we need to give them the best version of Ngawi, and the best is a revitalised Ngawi. As such, I strongly support this motion. Thank you for considering this important step in the future of Ngawi.
Thank you, Mr. Kalegian. Our next speaker is Robin Starhall, in person on the NM 07925, Greater Sydney Landcare Creating Canopies Program.
Madam Mayor, General Manager, GRC Councillors. I'm speaking as a member of the Oakleaf Flora and Fauna Conservation Society on the really happy topic of Sydney Landcare and Creating Canopies Program. My colleague Sonia Baxton will be speaking shortly, and she will outline in detail the many imperatives for planting more trees and shrubs in our community. So I would like, therefore, to emphasise the benefits of the generous Landcare program and address the question of next steps. The benefits of the Greater Sydney Landcare program are substantial and go way beyond simple tree planting. Greater Sydney Landcare provides not only the trees, but also essential resources such as training, tools, and ongoing maintenance. This means the program is not a financial burden on the GRC, offering a free and valuable resource to our residents. Past collaborations between GRC, the Greater Sydney Landcare and Oatley Flora and Fauna have been highly successful and productive, resulting in thousands of trees planted across the LGA in recent years, for example in Beale Reserve, Gallons Park, Cars Park and Peakhurst Park. The engagement with the community at these events is just fantastic, and is another key outcome of this program. It's just wonderful to see people of all ages coming together to work in their community and feel proud ownership as they watch their plants grow. It should also be noted that the Landcare projects boast a really high success rate with an impressive 80% tree survival rate. The final Greater Sydney Landcare plantings are scheduled for September 2025. So looking ahead, OFF strongly recommends that the GRC be active during the next few months and prepare for potential future opportunities. OFF has identified 9 suitable planting locations, each capable of accommodating 1,000 trees, and we presented this list to the Council in March. This could enable the Council to complete the necessary groundwork now. The motion proposed by Councillor Marnie urging the General Manager to contact Greater Sydney Landcare and establish a positive relationship is very timely. This proactive approach would position GRC at the top of the list when further funding for the Creating Canopies program is announced, ensuring that our community doesn't miss out on another vital chance to enhance its tree canopy and its environmental health. GRC will be an ideal candidate for future rounds of the Creating Tree Canopies, as our local tree canopy sits well below the 30% threshold required for the program. OFF continues to stand ready to work with GRC and assist wherever it can. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sonia Baxan, speaking on MM 07925, Greater Sydney Landcare Creating Canopies.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. I'm also speaking on behalf of Oatley Flora and Fauna on the Greater Sydney Landcare Creating Canopies program. And thank you, Councillor Marnie, for putting forward this motion to make Georges River LGA a cleaner and greener place to live. Why does the tree canopy matter? I'm sure you've all heard me talk about this before, but here we go. Our Georges River area has a low canopy cover of 20.6%. The Greater Sydney and state government target is a 40% tree canopy cover by 2036. The tree canopy cover combats urban heat islands and extreme heat impacts. Higher canopy cover reduces local temperatures, improves comfort of residents and supports climate change adaptation. Tree canopy cover improves air and water quality. Trees filter pollutants, capture carbon and reduce stormwater runoff into the Georges River and Botany Bay. Tree canopies provide habitat for local wildlife and increase biodiversity. Trees improve livability, well-being and health of residents, and green tree-lined streets improve property values. So Georges River Council is eligible to apply for this Landcare Creating Canopies program, which it's led by Landcare New South Wales and Greater Sydney Landcare, and it's under the Greening Our City program, which is aimed at reducing urban heat across Greater Sydney. Now, Council has the opportunity to tap into this and enjoy free on-site training, free tools, biodegradable tree guards, locally sourced plants and help with ongoing maintenance. It's a win-win-win for Council to take up this initiative. Also, the use of locally sourced plants is important as it supports long-term resilience and is ecological authenticity. It's a fabulous program that is completely cost-free to Council and provides so many benefits for all residents. Oatley Flora and Fauna strongly support this partnership with Landcare and have already identified many suitable planting sites across the LGA. And we would also be available to help with planting events. I strongly encourage GRC to take advantage of this generous initiative and work together with Landcare to try and improve our low canopy cover and make Georges River LGA a cleaner and greener place to live for the benefit of all the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baxon. Our next speaker is Vicky Cargis. Thank you. Speaking on question with notice 02925, Georges River Council Floodplain Report 2016.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Vicky Cargis, and my husband George and I have lived on Gloucester Road, Beverly Hills for more than 50 years. For most of that time, our home was safe, dry and unaffected by flooding. But everything changed after 2014, not because of natural disasters, but because of council decisions. Council's construction of a speed hump with landscaping, including an overgrown pest tree lifting the land, narrowing the road, construction of dysfunctional drainage and an approval of a neighbouring house with land filling created physical obstructions to natural storm water flows. Suddenly, water that once drained away was diverted back into our home. Our single-storey property, which had never flooded, now faces water damage whenever there's heavy rainfall. Our concerns were raised repeatedly. In fact, in 2016, the acting general manager formally wrote to us confirming that the flooding of our property was caused by these man-made obstructions. The 2023 report might use new technology, but if it still rests on faulty assumptions, it risks exaggerating flood impacts and wrongly tagging properties. Already, many Beverly Hills residents are seeing the flood-affected notations appear on the planning certificates and insurance queries, reducing property values and raising premiums despite no history of flooding. Councillors, this isn't just about one street. This is about accuracy, transparency and fairness. Ratepayers deserve to know how these reports are prepared, how community feedback was handled, and why confirmed errors were not corrected. For most Australians, our home is our biggest investment. Decisions like these can quietly strip away that security and destroy the lives of innocent, hard-working people. I urge you to take this matter seriously. Thank you, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Councillors Pam Wang and Leon Pan for their hard work in bringing this matter forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gavin Sharp, speaking in person on question with notice 03025, member to Sydney Pipeline.
Thank you. Well, firstly, thank you for the opportunity of speaking this evening. My name is Gavin Sharp, and I'm here not only as a local real estate agent of over 30 years, but someone who's helped hundreds of families buy and sell their homes in Beverly Hills. And I'm deeply concerned about what the pipeline and flood reports mean for our community, our residents and their futures. Many properties have now been identified as flood affected and falling within the Moomba to Sydney ethane pipeline notification zone, with zoning certificates stating that they are subject to no residential population intensification restriction due to hazard risk, which in plain terms is telling buyers that the property is considered hazardous and that future residential use may or will be restricted. To a buyer, this is a major red flag. Unsurprisingly, when I've showed this to a number of active buyers, their reaction was overwhelmingly the same. There is no chance I would buy that property. I would just look elsewhere. This will have a profound effect on the value of these specific properties, which in turn, I believe, will have a flow-on effect to the rest of the suburb. Insurance has also been a problem, with one client of mine having their insurance company refuse to renew their insurance due to it being in now in a flood zone. Reduced property values don't just impact the financial bottom line, they impact people's futures. For many families, their home is the most significant asset, often built over generations. The current uncertainties affect not just livelihoods, but the legacy that parents hope to leave for their children. Council needs to recognise the real consequences these reports are having, impacting property values, families unable to insure their homes, and a community left in uncertainty. On behalf of residents, I urge Council to reconsider how these reports are applied. Our community deserves clarity, fairness and protection of its property values and insurability. Thank you, and especially thank you to Councillors Wang and Park.
Thank you. Our last speaker tonight is Spiro Valdekis, speaking on question notice 02125, member to Sydney Pipeline.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I raised as a concern ratepayers seeking clarity on an issue that directly affects our community's future planning, infrastructure, public safety and decision-making transparency, namely the repurposing of the Moomba pipeline. My question to Council is simple. Why has Georges River Council opted to wait for yet another risk assessment when the independent pipeline hazard analysis dated on the 22nd November 2024 already confirms the proposal meets or exceeds all relevant safety criteria? I refer directly to the findings from that report by Sherpa Consulting. The maximum individual fatality risk from underground pipeline sections is less than 5 in 1 million, which is well below the threshold for any land use, according to New South Wales risk planning guidelines. The injury risk, property damage and heat radiation levels also fall below the 5 in 100,000 per year, again with a safe and acceptable limit. No parts of the route fall within the intolerable societal risk zones, and few areas that fall into the lower bound of the ALARP, being namely Moss Vale and Walleye Creek, are already subject to continued safety management under the AS 2885. Most notably, the report shows a material reduction in risk when comparing the proposed natural gas service to the previous ethane service configurations. The pipeline section in Walleye Creek, where the highest population density of all locations is seen due to the presence of high rise, is still in the acceptable level. So again, what justifies Council's continued hesitation and delay in releasing the Beverly Hills Master Plan? The pipeline has been rigorously assessed. It meets the HIPAC 10 individual risk criteria. The societal risk is neither negligible or being managed under nationally recognised safety frameworks. And crucially, the change from methane to natural gas actually reduces the level of risk, not increases it. So I ask Council to act not just cautiously, but wisely. Caution without evidence becomes obstruction, and obstruction in the face of expert advice erodes public trust. So I respectfully call on Council to publicly justify the basis of requiring a further assessment beyond the November 2024 report, which again delays the Beverly Hills Master Plan. Provide a clear time frame for when a final position will be taken. Ensure that future decisions are guided by evidence already in hand and not by political delay or risk aversion that lacks foundation. Request the removal of pipeline notifications on 10.7 certificates that rely on outdated and unsupported documentation. Revise the Beverly Hills Town Centre plan to reflect the reduced risk criteria that is now evident in the Moomba pipeline. As a resident, I want safety, but I also want leadership that respects expert advice and doesn't move the goalposts when the facts are inconvenient. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. So that concludes our public forum. I'm going to call for a procedure motion that we take a 5-minute break before we proceed with business. So if I could call Councillor Jamieson has moved that procedure motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. We'll take a 5-minute break. Councillors, I'll call for a procedural motion to recommence standing orders. Moved by Councillor Gall. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Okay, we will start with the confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting, CCL 06525, confirmation of the minutes of the council meeting held on the 28th of July 2025. Councillors, if I could please call for a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Marnie, seconded by Councillor Allison. Councillors, any discussion? Okay, if not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare that motion carried. The next item is Mayoral Minute 01525. That is the Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Honorary Medal. So, councillors, it gives me great pleasure to move this mayoral minute. Deputy Mayor Councillor Nancy Liu has been recommended by the Asia Pacific Council for International Intangible Cultural Heritage to receive the Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Honorary Medal. This award recognises her outstanding contribution to promoting multiculturalism and safeguarding living traditions, storytelling, performing arts, crafts and other practices that shape our identity and community. Councillor Liu has shown remarkable leadership in supporting cultural festivals, advocating inclusive policies and celebrating the rich diversity of our community. Her efforts have strengthened the social fabric of Georges River. So on behalf of Georges River Council, I extend our congratulations to Deputy Mayor Liu on this well-deserved honour. So my motion is that Council congratulate Deputy Mayor Nancy Liu on receiving the Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Honorary Medal. Councillors, is there anybody wishing to speak on the mayoral minute? Wish to say any words, Deputy Mayor?
Oh, thank you so much. I didn't expect this medal, but I feel so honoured to be rewarded. Thank you for Madam Mayor to acknowledge that. Thank you for all the councillors and for the acknowledgement from the council. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Liu. Any other speakers? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. Next, we have Mayoral Minute 01625, honouring 70 years of local environmental leadership by the Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society. And I can see that many of you are still in the crowd tonight. So the Georges River community is fortunate to be home to one of the most enduring and effective environmental organisations in our nation, the Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society. This year marks 70 years since OFF was founded by a group of passionate locals concerned about bushland destruction in Oatley. Over the decades, OFF has grown into a powerful force for conservation. Their work has been instrumental in protecting our natural assets, from safeguarding the Foreshore Scenic Protection Area to expanding our local tree canopy. Their influence has also extended well beyond Georges River, contributing to environmental protection across Australia. Earlier this month, OFF celebrated its 70th anniversary with a special dinner where long-serving members, including our very own Councillor Allison, were honoured for their dedication. Council is proud to have partnered with OFF on initiatives such as tree planting, waterway cleanups. Their knowledge, advocacy and volunteer commitment have been invaluable in shaping our environmental programs. On behalf of Council, I extend heartfelt congratulations to the Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society for 70 years of extraordinary contribution. Their legacy is a testament to the power of local action, and we look forward to continuing our partnership to protect our environment for future generations. So my motion is that Council congratulate the Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society on its 70th anniversary and acknowledge its outstanding contribution to environmental protection and advocacy. Right to OFF expressing Council's appreciation for its decades of collaboration and service to the Georges River community, and promote OFF's anniversary and achievements through Council's communication channels to help encourage new membership and community involvement. Councillors, is there anybody who wishes to speak to the motion? Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was honoured to attend Doff's 70th birthday along with Councillor Allison. Although I'm a relative newcomer, it has been an incredible history of service to the community and the environment, both within this LJ and outside of it. For example, advocating against mining in the Pilliga, fighting to eradicate exotic animals from the Snowy Mountains, and the preservation of koalas in southwest Sydney. Locally, Ock is known for its tree planting, environmental education, stream watch, rubbish clean-up activities, and working with council and state and federal MPs and ministers on a multitude of issues. I understand Ock is the second oldest nature-focused organisation in New South Wales. Off goes well and truly beyond its charter with having a welfare officer who checks up on members who may be ill or otherwise ill-disposed. So this time-honoured organisation actively cares for people as well. Thank you, Off, and all the best for the next 77 decades.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Any other councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Allison.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was as surprised as anyone with a 25-year membership. I'm really proud to have been an active member of Off for a quarter of a century. I look forward to the 100th birthday party. I'd like to shout out to Alan Fairley, who's celebrated his 52nd year association with Off. Alan has contributed more than most with his Sydney Flora book publications and his devotion to Oakley Park and bushland generally. Thanks, Alan, and thanks, Madam Mayor, for your valued support for Off.
Thank you, Councillor Allison. Councillors, if there's no other speakers, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next on the agenda is condolences. Are there any condolences tonight, councillors? I don't think so. So we'll move on to our committee reports. The first report is the report CCL 06625, the report of the Community and Culture Committee meeting held on the 11th of August 2025. Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I would like to, before I move the report, I would like to pull out item COM 032-25. I'd like to start by moving item COM 031-25, COM 033-25, COM 034-25.
Did you say 303525 as well, the last one? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so that one's included. So moving 4 of the 5 items. Yeah. That's moved by Councillor Lansbury. If I could please have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Demoski. Councillors, any discussion on the 4 committee items moved? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to the item that was pulled out of that report, which is COM 03225, Action Plan for Library Spaces. Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Now, I do actually have an amendment for this particular item, and it has changed a couple of times, so I apologise for that. I'll read part A, is that council endorsed the land in the southeast corner of Olds Park adjoining Forest Road, Penshurst, as the preferred location under consideration for a new 2,500 square metre district library to serve the western half of Georges River local government area, and that council owned land at 23 to 29 Cook Street, Mortdale, not be pursued as a library site. Part B, that the development feasibility of constructing a new 2,500 square metre library on the land in the southeast corner of Olds Park adjoining Forest Road, Penshurst, including cost and sources of funding, be determined and the results reported back to council. And part C is the same, I think, as it was originally, that council endorsed the actions outlined within this report, including the proposed actions identified to revitalise, reimagine and transform council's branch libraries.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. So you're moving that motion with the amendment. If I could please call for a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Mort. So that becomes the motion. Councillor Lansbury, would you like to speak to this motion?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I will speak briefly to it. We have been, we had our speaker tonight, Karina McDougall, who I think may have left the building now, but she's very passionate. I think we all would have got that from her remarks tonight. She's very passionate about revitalising the branch libraries, and myself and some of the other councillors have been discussing the branch libraries aspect of this for a number of years. I think it's very important that councillors in the business of providing service, and I think that providing this particular service to our community is integral to what's integral to our charters and policies and all the rest of it. There has been discussion ever since the very first term of Georges River Council of the need and desire for a library in the western side of the LGA, and Mortdale has been identified. We did also include that in the Mortdale Master Plan. I've never been a supporter of that particular option. I have to be completely honest and say that no one has ever discussed that with me, that there is a burning need for a new library in Mortdale. It's just something that we seem to have discussed at a council level, and I don't mean any disrespect by that at all. There has been a series of community consultations over the last, I guess, 5 years with the community on what their vision was for what we could do with our libraries, and the feedback overwhelmingly was that we needed to revitalise what we've got. Our smaller branch libraries at South Hurstville, Oatley and at Penshurst. I've always had the view that Penshurst is in a great location to redevelop it to be our library on servicing that side of the LGA. You know, it's got a lot of recreational facilities there already. It's Olds Park, which I'm quite sure everybody knows well. The new or the AFL fields are there. The new pavilion is going to be constructed over the next couple of years. The skate park opened a couple of years ago. Netball courts there, football, soccer fields, all the rest of it. There's a lot going on, and it is actually on a bus route. So I don't think everything needs to be on a train line. A lot of people that would utilise this particular facility, if it was redeveloped, would either drive or walk there or catch the bus there. And I think from what I was told by people earlier tonight, a couple of the other councillors, that there is a bus service from, say, Peakhurst and Lugano that does travel through along Forest Road. I remember Councillor Fakara, who was served with us on our last term of council, when she first joined us was when we were talking about revitalising the branch libraries, and she was a big fan of Penshurst Library. She said it was one of the places that she went to after school regularly. I think we need to reimagine them and spend some money on them. Perhaps patronage has declined because they're pretty tired, and I can speak specifically about South Hurstville has been quite tired for a long time. Going back to the days of Cogra, we talked about what the future of that would look like. I would never advocate to close down any of our branch libraries. I want to maintain them. They're never going to make us money, but they're going to provide a service to the community that we need to continue going into the future. And I saw an article a couple of weeks ago, I think it was Forestville Library, which I think is Northern Beaches Council, has got a 24/7. They've got it in Northern Beaches. They've got a couple of 24/7 libraries. I'm not advocating we do that here in Georges River, but one of the things that they do in relation to their HSC students is they provide them access after hours. And that's become quite a hub for teenagers. And one of the things that really struck me about that particular article, there was these 3 young guys who were just going to the library after hours to study, and they didn't know each other, but now they've become really good friends. That's maybe something we could do when we reimagine what we can do with places like South Hurstville Library. It's just up the road from Blakehurst High School. It'd be great if those sorts of places became like a hub for the community to utilise. I'm not saying after hours, but you know, those are options that we can have. It doesn't always just have to be the same sorts of programs that we've been consistently using. Tonight, I guess we're effectively killing off the Mortdale option, which, you know, is a bit of a bold move because we have been discussing it for quite some time. There has not been a whole lot of support, to be honest, amongst the councillors. Everybody I've spoken to in the chamber tonight was on board with progressing the Penshurst option. So I think this is a good decision that we're making, and by framing it in the way that we have, we'll get to make a budget bid for funds and actually progress it. I know that Karina McDougall tonight did say something about we haven't really got very far with it. We've talked about it a lot, but we haven't really done much. We do need to get on with it. There are action plans within the report that went to, I think it was the 11th of August, the Community and Culture meeting, and I should wind up, sorry. And they are staged to actually take specific actions to revitalise the 3 existing branch libraries. So anyway, councillors, I commend this to you to support this amendment because I think this is the best way forward for a new library. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Mort, do you wish to speak for the motion?
Reserve mode. Thanks.
Thank you. Any councillors wishing to speak against? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next item is CCL 06725, report of the Finance and Governance Committee meeting held on the 11th of August 2025. Councillor Jamieson. Seconded by Councillor Marnie.
I move the finance paper as per recommendations of the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Councillors, any questions or discussion? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare it carried unanimously. Next, we move to the report of the Assets and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 11th of August 2025, CCL 06825. Moved by Councillor Mort. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Liu. Councillor Mort.
Under the recommendations of the Assets and Infrastructure Committee recommendations for items ASS 030-25 to ASS 031-25 as detailed in the report be adopted by Council, noting that 2 items ASS 030-25, the Floodplain Risk Management Committee, were referred to the full council meeting and will be considered later in tonight's report.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillors, any discussion on those items from the Asset Committee? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried unanimously. Next, we go to CCL 06925, report of the Environment and Planning Committee meeting held on the 11th of August 2025. Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Lansbury.
I'd like to move that the Environment and Planning Committee recommendations for ENV 02625 to ENV 02825 be adopted by Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillors, any discussion? I just would like to make a comment. I wasn't able to attend the Environment and Planning Committee this month, but I'd like to take the opportunity tonight to acknowledge our Director of Environment and Planning, Director Hill, and his team for the results in the Q4 Development and Building Metrics report. We're now seeing the positive outcomes of the significant improvements that they've been working hard to implement. And some of the key highlights include in Q4, 84 applications were lodged and 146 determined. In June 2025, the average assessment timeframe dropped to 128 days, down from the average of 227 days across the previous financial year. Also in June, 46% of applications were determined within the Minister's 115-day benchmark. So Director Hill has done an excellent job also with recruitment, with 4 new senior positions filled in the last month. So with this new stability and depth of experience, I'm confident Georges River Council's performance will continue to strengthen. Councillors, if there's no further discussion, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. We move to finance and governance items. The first one is CCL 07025, alteration to Georges River Council ward boundaries. Councillor Jamieson.
I move the recommendation of the staff.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Liu. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Next is CCL 07125, proposed council and committee meeting schedule 2025-26. Councillor Jamieson.
I move the recommendation of the staff.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Liu. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Next, we have to CCL 07225, Local Government New South Wales 2025 Annual Conference, voting delegates and submissions of motions. Councillor Jamieson. Seconded by Councillor Marnie.
You're on the board today. And I just wanted to add that the following, just with part A, that council nominates the following 9 councillors to attend the 2025 local government annual conference, that being the Mayor, Councillor Borg, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Liu, Councillor Stratacopoulos, Councillor Mort, Councillor Allison, Councillor Jamieson, Councillor Hayes, Councillor Lansbury and Councillor Ancelotti.
Thank you. Just noting that they will be the 9 voting delegates, but if other councillors do wish to attend, they can reach out to Executive Services, but they won't be voting delegates at the conference. Councillors, any discussion? No? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next is CCL 07325, Adoption of Mayor and Councillors Expenses Facility. Councillor Jamieson.
I move the recommendations of the staff.
And seconded by Deputy Mayor Liu. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next is CCL 07425, Unaudited General Purpose Financial Statements for the year ended 30th of June 2025. Councillor Jamieson.
I recommend it. I move the recommendations of the staff.
Thank you. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Liu. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next item is CCL 07525, Inclusion of Learn to Swim at Cars Park Aquatic Facility Funding Options. Councillor Jamieson. Seconded by Councillor Mort.
I move with a few amendments, and I think all the amendments have been circulated. So everyone's seen them, so we have to read them, or do you want me to read them?
Maybe just read out what the changes are.
Okay. In point C, that the letter was dated the 6th of August. Point E, that council commit to allocating 50% of additional funds required, as outlined in the letter item C above, to the Cars Park Aquatic Facility project on the condition that this funding guarantees the inclusion of Learn to Swim Pool in the project scope, and request the state government to provide matching funds, noting that without this joint contribution, the Learn to Swim Pool will not be delivered. The council notice is not recommended to apply the same funding strategies adopted for the 10 million capital contribution endorsed in November 2024, and that any additional funding be sourced through the options outlined in item 25 of the report. Point H, that the General Manager be authorised to collaborate with the Office of Sport on the preparation of a new or amended project agreement to provide for the inclusion of a Learn to Swim pool in the project scope, with a final agreement to be reported to council for endorsement prior to execution.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. So you're moving that as the motion, and it's been seconded by Councillor Mort. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
I reserve my right.
Councillor Mort, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I'd like to speak to the motion. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, as you recall from the earlier resolutions on Cars Park Pool, council specifically requested that the state government include a Learn to Swim pool in the costings of the project for the project. They agreed, and we now have these estimates before us. This was a deliberate step, so that if the available funding did not cover the critical component, we would have the chance to decide whether we, as a council, should step up and make an additional contribution. Tonight is that moment. I stand here all evening. I could stand here all evening outlining the reasons why a rebuilt Cars Park pool must include a dedicated Learn to Swim pool. But let me highlight just a few key facts. Drowning is rising. 323 people drowned in Australia last year, an increase around 14 to 16% on the previous year. Children are missing out. Royal Life Saving research shows about half of Year 6 students cannot swim 50 metres and tread water for 2 minutes. Nas- the national benchmark, and their skills do not improve significantly in high school. The pandemic made things worse. An estimated 10 million children's swim lessons were missed between 2020 and 2022 due to closures, shortages, and wait lists. This is an entire cohort of children left at risk. Barriers are real. 1 in 10 children aged 5 to 14 has never had a swimming lesson. A third of schools don't offer programs, and 1 in 4 no longer even hold swimming carnivals, which is tragic. Migrant and multicultural communities are disproportionately affected. Last year, around a quarter of all drowning deaths were people born overseas. Targeted learn to swim access is not just recommended, it's essential. And importantly, the New South Wales government has recognised this need, allocating $6 million to provide free lessons to at-risk groups. But to deliver those programs, there must be a local pool capacity available. Councillors, a Learn to Swim pool is not just nice to have, it's a life-saving infrastructure. A dedicated pool provides warmer water, variable shallow depths, teaching ledges and quieter acoustics. It allows classes to be timetabled back to back before and after school, adult and migrant focused programs to run during school hours, and wait lists to be cleared without competing for space in a main black pool. It also opens the door to partnerships with Royal Lifesaving and Swim Australia to deliver programs tailored to the cultural and linguistic diversity of our local area. This amendment calls on us to make an additional contribution to ensure Learn to Swim pool is built into a Cars Park facility. It is an investment in community safety, in equity of access, and future generations. I also want to share that I spoke directly with the Premier on Friday evening about this very issue. He reaffirmed to me his government's commitment to delivering the best possible aquatic facility at Cars Park with funding available. One that truly meets the needs of our community and now into the future. Councillors, we have a choice to make tonight to deliver a pool complex that is simply rebuilt, or deliver one that is rebuilt and reimagined, fit for purpose, inclusive and life-saving. I urge you to support this amendment so that in partnership with the state government and the Office of Sport, we can deliver a facility that reflects the values, the needs and the safety of Georges River community today and into the future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. Do any other councillors wish to speak on this motion?
I do, Madam Mayor.
You wishing to speak for or against?
For the motion, Madam Mayor. Look, we know that while this is important, the state government is ready to go to tender, and I urge the council to move as quick as possible to the project timeline so that our community can finally have the pool that they have been waiting for so long. We support the inclusion of a Learn to Swim indoor pool, but it cannot come at the cost of the whole project. We do not want to see a cost blowout like that is the case with North Sydney Council. Whilst we are extremely pleased with the decision we're about to make tonight, we want to see it be delivered efficiently.
Thank you, Councillor Gowell. Any councillors wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Jamieson? No, we'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? Declare it carried. The next item, myself and Councillor Mort and Councillor Jamieson have declared a significant interest on, so I'm going to vacate the seat, and Deputy Mayor Lou, if you could please take the chair.
So thank you, councillors. Since that Madam Mayor has been, exclude her out of the chamber, so I will be temporarily in the chair to only for this motion. So the motion is FRMCC 002-25 Assets and Infrastructure Committee deferred report on the Blakehurst and Cogra Bay wards overland flow flood study, draft flood study report. So is anyone wants to move it? Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Can you, and Councillor Lansbury is going to second it. Thank you. So am I going to have the recommendation for that one? Please, thank you.
Madam Deputy Chair, I move the recommendation as outlined in the report, which includes in Part C that Council accepts the recommendation of the Flood Committee to undertake community consultation on the draft Blakehurst and Cogra Bay Ward Overland Flow Flood Study. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussions and comments, Councillor Lansbury?
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll just speak very briefly to this. I'm seconding this because I really believe it's important that we get it out for community consultation. We had a couple of speakers tonight. One of them was an engineer who I think mentioned that he was previously at Hurstville Council, understands the area very well because he's not only worked in the area, but he lives in the area. There is a bit of concern that it is, there's too much caution being applied to this, but I think given some of the things we've seen over the last 3 or so years in the Northern Rivers and Lismore, etc., things have changed, and this is something that the state government is requesting, well, probably not really requesting, directing councils to review what these flood risk management studies can reveal. And the concern has been that there's too many properties that have been tagged. Well, I think people might find when it does go out on exhibition for community consultation that it's possibly not as onerous as people consider it to be. You know, we had a briefing last week on this particular issue, and I learned a lot from that briefing. We had a representative, I think, from the Climate Change Department. I don't know if she was federal or from state, sorry. She must have been from state. She made a lot of sense with the information that she provided, which I'm not going to go into here because it was a confidential briefing. However, I'm very confident that we're doing the right thing by progressing this and putting it out for consultation so that we can actually make people aware of what we're actually doing. It's very dense when you have a look at the report that will go out. It is very dense reading, but it's also really crucial that we get this right. I think one of our speakers tonight, Ms. Cott, spoke about increasing densities. That has a huge impact on overland flow of water. You know, a great example is William Street in South Hurstville. I have a friend who lives halfway down, and people sort of below her, closer to Truman Street, have got pumps in their basement because there's not many blades of grass further up towards King George's Road to absorb the water when it runs down that street to Poulton Park. And that was an area that was of concern to residents back in the good old days of Cogra when we did a study in relation to Poulton Park, and they claimed we've never had any flooding. But yeah, there has been flooding. It does happen. People who don't get flooding are often because they've taken mitigating steps to not necessarily pumps in their basement, but sometimes their stormwater when they've built their property has been designed in a way to accommodate additional water flow, or they've sort of built them off the ground or whatever. I think it's important that we get it out there. I don't want to see it delayed any further because there is some concern in the community. Encourage everybody to support the recommendation to put it out as in Councillor Jablonski said, Part C is the important one for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Do I have the second councillor mind speak for it? If not, can I ask for any councillor to speak against it? If not, all in favour say aye. Against say no. So I declare carried. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. So I might call back the other councillors, including the Madam Mayor, to return to the chamber. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, that's wonderful. Okay, we move to item FRMCC 00325, grant update for floodplain risk management for Hurstville, Mortdale and Picus wards. Councillor Mort.
I move this item with an amendment being the recommendation of the Assets and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 11th of August 2025 to receive and note the grant update. I note that this item was deferred at the meeting to allow councillors to be fully informed of the grant details, which was first reported to the Floodplain Risk Management Committee on July 1, 2025, and are now published in the business paper for tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. Could I call for a seconder, please? Councillor Lansbury. Councillors, any discussion on this item? If not, I'll put the item. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Councillors, we move to notices of motion. The first notice of motion is NM 06525, Speed and Traffic Management, Regent Street, Cogra. Councillor Gow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I move that council investigate and install appropriate speed and traffic management devices such as speed humps or similar calming measures on Regent Street, Cogra, to reduce dangerous driving and improve pedestrian and road safety for local residents. Undertake community consultation with affected residents as part of this process and provide a report back to council within the next 6 months with findings, proposed designs and an implementation timeline for such installation. This, not going to speak further about this motion. It is simply about getting the ball rolling on something that many residents on Regent Street and surrounding streets
Thank you. Sorry.
in Cogra have asked me to bring forward to this council.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. Councillor Stratikopoulos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to put forward an amendment for council's consideration. I believe it's up on the screen. Okay, so the amendment reads as follows. The council A acknowledges that residents have raised concerns regarding vehicle speeding on Regent Street, Cogra. B reaffirms that all traffic, parking and road safety matters are investigated by council's traffic engineers and reported through the local transport forum, formerly the local traffic committee, which includes representation from New South Wales Police, Transport for New South Wales and local state members of parliament. Recommendations are then referred to the Assets and Infrastructure Committee and subsequently to Council for endorsement. C confirms that a risk-based prioritisation framework is applied to all traffic-related matters to ensure that investigations and works are scheduled consistently and according to safety priority. D requests that the concerns raised in item A be investigated in accordance with the prioritisation framework outlined in item C. And E encourages councillors to submit traffic-related concerns via councillor requests, which remains the most efficient and effective process for initiating investigations and actions. Councillors, just last month.
Second, Councillor Stratikopoulos. Do I have a second up for that? Councillor Marnie. And just let me ask Councillor Gow whether he accepts that amendment. Councillor Gow, do you accept that amendment?
I've got some questions for Councillor Stratikopoulos.
Councillor Stratikopoulos, just put in.
Councillor Stratakopoulos, in your amendment, you propose that council does acknowledge the concerns raised by residents around vehicle speeding on Regent Street, but I'm just trying to get the whole gist of this motion. What solution are you proposing to address such concern, which you are proposing that the council does acknowledge?
Councillor Stratakopoulos.
Thank you. Just last month, council endorsed a risk assessment prioritisation of traffic studies, which clearly outlined priorities based on arrests. Yet here we are again, Councillor Gow, another month, another motion, attempting to sidestep that fair, responsible and transparent process, pushing his own priorities to the top regardless of the broader program of works.
You haven't answered my question, Councillor Stratakopoulos. What solution are you proposing?
I think Councillor Stratakopoulos is not obliged to have to answer the question. Councillor.
Madam Mayor, under the Code of Meeting Practice, I am entitled, as the mover of the motion, to ask a fellow councillor who's attempting to amend my motion a simple question.
Councillor Gow, the question right now is, do you accept the amendment from Councillor Stratakopoulos or not?
Without proposing reasonable and fair solutions or a timeline for delivery at this stage, I will not support the amendment.
Okay, so we will put the amendment. Councillor Stratakopoulos, you've spoken for the amendment. Councillor Marnie, do you wish to speak for the amendment?
Yeah, thank you. I do support the amendment. A couple of meetings ago, I raised the fact that I'd reached out to the Minister for Transport to improve the highway down from Nowra to the Victorian border. Was almost killed last year, and he said thank you, but there's priorities basically, and that's on our list, but not a priority. So you've got to wait. So locally, I've got people in Lugano wanting safety measures on Forest Road. I get that too, but I've got to explain to them that I can't prioritise it. I'm waiting for the engineers to undertake the works, undertake the studies, and so forth. So much as I agree with Councillor Gow's passion and commitment, I accept that we cannot push priorities ahead of other priorities within our LGA. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. So we've had two speakers speaking for the amendment. Do any councillors wish to speak against the amendment? Councillor Lansbury?
I actually have a question. Proposing an amendment to the amendment, but I kind of get what Councillor Gow is coming from. There is not really a direct action that I'm seeing within the amendment, and I'm wondering if Councillor Stratakopoulos might be of a mind to include parts of Part B and C, like undertake community consultation with affected residents, and Part C, provide a report back to council with findings, proposed designs and an implementation timeline for installation.
I mean, Councillor Stratakopoulos can consider that, but I think the point is that the items reported through the traffic are investigated by the traffic engineers and go through an established process, which is that they undertake an investigation, it goes through the traffic committee, and then is reported back through the correct channels.
And I understand that, but I'm just thinking, I do understand what Councillor Gow's saying, that there doesn't seem to be direct action with it. It's just restating what, well, not restating, but just kind of stating what the process is that we've been working with for a little while, and maybe the two amendments that I'd suggested, parts of Part B and C could come in under the amended Part A and then continue on with the reaffirms at all traffic parking, you know, going forward sort of thing, and maybe Councillor Gow, you could take note of that, that the process that council has established is to actually direct things through the traffic committee. It's just a suggestion for an amendment so that we can actually try and get some middle ground here. So if you would consider that, I think it could be useful.
Can I suggest that all it needs to add is acknowledges that residents have raised concerns regarding vehicle speeding on Regent Street, Cogra, and request that this is investigated by council's traffic committee, by council's traffic engineers. And so that directs the action for it to be investigated following the process outlined below. Are you happy, Councillor Stratakopoulos, to add that to Part A? So part A reads that acknowledges that residents have raised concerns regarding vehicles speeding on Regent Street, Cogra, and requests that this is investigated by Council's Traffic Advisory Committee, and the rest remain the same. So that threats an action. Yep. Anyone wishing to speak against the amendment? If not, I will put the amendment to a vote. Okay, if Ms. Matthew, if you could please go around the room. Sorry.
So when you said through traffic advisory committee, the investigation will be undertaken by council's
traffic engineers. Sorry, as you should say, council's traffic engineers, which then they report to the advisory committee. Correct. Yeah. If we could please take the votes.
Madam Mayor,
I'm for the amendment.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Anzalotti.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Domowski.
For.
Councillor Gow.
For.
Councillor Hayes. Councillor Jamieson.
For.
Councillor Lansbury.
For.
Councillor Liu.
For.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Mort.
For.
Councillor Pun.
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
For.
Councillor Wang.
For.
Unanimous.
I declare the amendment carried, and the amendment now becomes the motion, and we do need to take that vote again. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare the motion carried. Next, we go to NM 06625, Management of IBIS in the Cogra Town Centre. Councillor Gow.
I'll second that.
Who was that? Councillor Pun?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. I know you love the IBIS birds.
I move that council investigate and implement appropriate mitigation strategies to address the accumulation of ibis droppings in the Cogra Town Centre, particularly under and around trees that have become nesting or rooting sites. That council assess the condition and species of trees in the Cogra Town Centre and determine whether alternative planting, pruning or canopy management could reduce ibis congregation and improve public amenity. That these works be completed within 6 months with a report back to council with recommended actions and estimated timelines for implementation.
Okay, we have a seconder, Councillor Pun, so if you'd like to speak to that motion.
Just very briefly, I just want to underscore that Cogra Town Square is often quite an eyesore, and many of you know my passion that some of those birds need to be reined in, and I fully and wholeheartedly support this motion and anything that council can do to better manage the trees and the birds that go with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pun. Councillor Gow, do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Stratokopoulos, if you could just turn your microphone off, please.
I think Councillor Pun summed up exactly what I was trying to articulate.
Okay, no problems. Councillor Stratokopoulos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to put forward an amendment for council's consideration. It's only minor, it's just that it removes part C.
It's moved by Councillor Stratokopoulos. Councillor Gow, do you accept that amendment?
I've got another question for Councillor Stratokopoulos. So again, you acknowledge these issues, you acknowledge these long-standing issues in the Cogra Town Centre, and I'm not asking for funding to be allocated to this, to fix this. All I'm asking for is a further investigation to take place. Why can't we do it within 6 months?
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
As much as I admire Councillor Gow's boundless enthusiasm for action, believe it or not, there are 15 councillors on this council and a whole LGA worth of established programs already underway. Every time he adds an arbitrary deadline to his personal wish list, it inevitably bumps someone else's work further down the priority list. So while I'm happy to support parts A and part B of this motion, part C is serious. I'll leave that on Councillor Gow's wish list, right where it belongs.
Thank you, Councillor Stratocopoulos.
Councillor, Madam Mayor, as a right of reply to Councillor Stratocopoulos, thank you for acknowledging my enthusiasm. I didn't think I was as enthusiastic as I am. A year ago, I was elected by the residents of the Kogarah Bay ward to represent them and fight for their interests and fight for their fair share. My job on this council is to do exactly that, to advocate fiercely for the residents who elected me. My job is not to pose photos at functions and go around eating cakes at events. Councillor Stratocopoulos.
Okay, we have Councillor Jamieson, you second in the amendment from Councillor Stratocopoulos. And Councillor Gay, you're not accepting the amendment, so we will put the amendment to a vote. You do want to accept it?
Let's put it to a vote, Madam Mayor.
You're accepting the amendment?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so we're going to put the amendment to a vote. Okay, so the amendment as put forward by Councillor Stratocopoulos, seconded by Councillor Jamieson, which is the removal of part C. If we could go around the room, please, Miss Matthew.
Madam Mayor.
For the amendment.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Ancelotti. Against. Councillor Arthur.
Against.
Councillor Demoski.
For.
Councillor Gow.
Against.
Councillor Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Jamieson. For. Councillor Lansbury. For. Councillor Liu. For. Councillor Marnie. For. Councillor Mort. For. Councillor Pun.
Against.
Councillor Stratocopoulos.
For.
Councillor Wang.
Against.
6 against, 9 for. Amendment carried.
So the amendment becomes the motion, and we need to put that to a vote again.
Madam Mayor.
For.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Ancelotti.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Demoski.
For.
Councillor Gow.
For.
Councillor Hayes.
For.
Councillor Jamieson.
For.
Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Liu.
For.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Mort.
For.
Councillor Pun.
For.
Councillor Stratocopoulos.
For.
Councillor Wang. Unanimous.
I declare the motion carried unanimously. Next item is NM 06725, Beverly Hills Commuter Car Park. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, first I'd like to thank the council and the councillors.
Councillor Wang, if you could just
sorry.
move your motion, and I will call for, if you're moving the motion as published in the report. Is that what you're doing? Yes.
Yes,
moving the motion as published. If I could please call for a seconder.
Yep.
Thank you.
Is that you, Councillor Pun?
That is.
Sorry, Councillor Pun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks for the second from all the way from Canberra. So first I would like to acknowledge the great effort, long-term effort from the council and the councillors. Most recently, even from Councillor Liu for advocate for the Beverly Hill Car Park. And what I'm calling today is slightly different. I'm calling for some leadership and innovation to move forward. So it's not we all know we are sort of hitting a deadlock, and I'm trying to break the deadlock by working collaboratively with the TFNSW. And we all know the challenges are very complicated, but if we look around, there's some solutions exist. So like shopping centers, business presence across Sydney, they use the technology and partnership to offer time-limited free parking. So I think we can learn a lesson or two from there. Just go back to the history a little bit. Before this multi-story facility, the Beverly Hill Community Commuter Car Park was owned by council. and provided 3 hours free parking for residents, shops, and visitors. So it was a vital community benefit when council sold this land to New South Wales government for commuter car park. So our residents and business owners naturally assumed that some form of free parking would remain as part of the deal, like alluded by the speakers early on. However, this expectation has not been met. So I also appreciate that the current state government is bound by some commercial contract and they standardize the policies. So that's why this council, I think we can show some initiative. We have the power to be part of the solution. So whether through a subsidy schema, shared cost model, or voucher system for local businesses. And as we know, there's a very strong community demand. Local business owners, like we heard from the restaurant owners, and has been very vocal and constructive. They tell us the customers are turning away because parking costs and the limited access. So they are so desperate, they say that they are even willing to contribute financially to a voucher or ticket system to encourage local trade. Even after this break, there's several residents from the Beverly Hills community. So they also told me they really resonate a lot with this motion, and they could contact more customers and to support this motion. And so I actually started a petition and attracted hundreds of supporters. So this in its essence, so this motion is to ask the council to explore funding options, to work with the TFNSW and push for a pilot program. So as we know, Beverly Hills has a proud identity as a dining and business destination, but to thrive, or actually to survive, it really needs accessible parking. So tonight I'm really asking for your support so we can take leadership, work with the state, and deliver the outcome our residents and business deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Pan, as the seconder, do you wish to speak to this motion?
No, I reserve my right, but I just wanted to understand, is Councillor Wang moving this motion that's up on the screen, or is there a different version?
He moved the motion as published in the report. That's the
yes,
motion that he moved.
Yes, I apologize. Actually, I sent a cut down version to the staff earlier to just nothing changed except the without the detailed prescription to the state government, just the right to the TFNSW.
So you're amending your motion.
I did, yes. Can we put that on, please? Yeah.
So when at the beginning I said, are you moving it as published? That's when you should have put forward this amendment, because we've sort of already debated the original motion that you put forward now. But if you'd like to just outline what the changes are.
Yeah. So what I did was the D, E, and F. I removed like a E and F, just put the D right now. Yeah, because they're too detailed, so it's probably could cause some confusion. So I just have D, just write it to the minister and the TFNSW and discuss some options available. And because there's some contractual operation constraints, I'm not clear about that. So it's better not to give them detailed instruction. So can we remove E and F and just use E and F, just leave D there? Yeah. That's D and F. Leave D there. Yeah.
So it's the original motion.
I've cut. Sorry, I think that when I send out.
So A, B, and C was as published, and you replaced D, E, F, G, and H with the very small D. Is that what you've done?
I have the D but I still have the D, E, F, and the G and H. I still keep them. Yeah. Just merge the D, D, E, F. Sorry for the confusion. Yes, yes, yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's the version. So Councillor Payne, can you see that one?
Yeah, that's cool. Good.
So A,
Thank
B,
you.
and C remain the same as published.
Yeah.
And D is new, replacing the previous D. Is that correct?
That's correct. The D is a merge of D, E, F, the old one.
The
Just
previous D, E, and F is now
Yes.
that small d.
Yeah, just make it simpler.
And the previous G is now E, and the previous H is now F. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor Pun, I assume you're accepting that as the seconder, that amendment?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. And Councillor Wang, you've spoken for the motion already. Councillor Pun has reserved his right. Any councillors wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Deputy Mayor Liu, if you could turn your microphone off. Councillor Liu.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to vote against the motion. The against is not against the local business. We still, with the same intention to help the local business, to help the community to use that car park for free. But I wanted to replace by my foreshadowed motion from me. That my foreshadow motion details would be that the council sent a follow-up letter to the April 2025 letter to the Minister, New South Wales Minister for Transport, requesting A, they enact their powers in support of local business owners by immediately introducing 3-hour free parking to support short-term stays for shoppers and promote local businesses. B, request a response to the earlier correspondence in April 2025 on the same matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Liu. So you're putting that forward as a foreshadowed motion. So we will only consider the foreshadowed motion if Councillor Wang's motion is lost. If Councillor Motion's motion is carried, then we will not debate or consider the foreshadowed motion.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, councillors, anyone else wishing to speak against the motion? Otherwise, we will put the motion moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Pang. Are you wishing to speak against the motion or no? Just
no.
No. Councillor Lansbury, you wish to? Yes.
I will speak briefly against this. Whilst I understand the problems that this new car park has caused, we do need to be mindful that it was a contract that was entered into by the previous state government, and unfortunately the current state government is sort of stuck with this, and they can continue to investigate an out, I guess, but I can't support something which is just basically cost shifting onto council. You know, like we sort of do have to push back from time to time when things from the state government are cost shifted onto us. This is not one that they're doing, and I don't want to create one ourselves. I absolutely sympathise with the business owners that are impacted by this. I know parking in Beverly Hills has not quite been the same since the community car park was introduced, and we need to continue to advocate to find a way that parking can be allocated, whether it's, you know, for an hour or 3 hours or after hours, as I think one of the speakers mentioned tonight. But, you know, I'm sorry, Councillor Wang, I just can't support this because it was something that we are stuck with, courtesy of the previous state government, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Wang, you'd like your right of reply?
Yes, yes. So talking about the through you, Madam Chair. So of course we are all conscious about the cost, but don't forget. So this car park was owned by the council, and it's sold out for a significant value. I was told. I don't know the number. So part of the expectation from the community is part of the proceedings, as they mentioned, should be used to compensate the community and give the free parking back. And the cost shifting, I'm not saying so the council has to pay for all of them. I'm saying my suggestion is quite open. Actually, the business, the local business, they are saying they are even willing to pay. And now we are just bashing the state government for something they didn't get into. I don't think we are repeating this one, sending a letter every 3 months. What's the point? We need to show some leadership and try to collaborate. That's all I have to say. It's I urge the council to, councillors to support my motion. Really, we need to find a solution. We cannot just kicking the can down the road and write a letter to the minister every 3 months.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. That was the right of reply. So that's the end of the debate on that motion. We will put this motion to a vote. If we could please go around the room and take the vote.
Madam Mayor.
I'm against.
Councillor Allison.
Against.
Councillor Angelotti.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Demoski.
Against.
Councillor Gow.
For.
Councillor Hayes.
For.
Councillor Jamieson.
Against.
Councillor Lansbury.
Against.
Councillor Liu.
Against.
Councillor Marnie.
Against.
Councillor Maud.
Against.
Councillor Punt.
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
Yes.
Councillor Wang.
For.
9 against. Motion lost.
I declare the motion lost, and we will now consider the foreshadowed motion from Deputy Mayor Liu. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Liu. And if I could please have a seconder. And seconded by Councillor Allison. Councillor Pun, I think we can hear you doing that. So great drum roll. Sorry, yeah, I've lost my concentration. Seconder, Councillor Allison is the seconder on the foreshadowed motion. Deputy Mayor Liu, do you wish to speak to the your foreshadowed motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity for me to speak on my foreshadowed motion to replace the original one. As what I said, I try to emphasize. I think none of the councillors is denying that the local business really need these things being sorted out. So that's why my original motion, I remember that's back to the April 2025. That's within our power, within our resources, we need to do it quickly and efficiently. And now we come back to this, as the Councillor Lansbury just said, we don't want to see, and we can't afford to see another cost shifting from the New South Wales state government back to the to council, to us. So that's why I move this, because the Minister for Transport, he has the authority to reduce those costs for short-term local shoppers within within actually a stroke of a pen. I think that's exactly what the minister should do and what minister could do. We need to advocate him to do his job. So that's why I'm in here. Even within the original motion's comments for Councillor Wang's motion, within the director's comment, we all talked about the April the motion from me. We know that we do the same thing, but we wanted to achieve the same outcome, but we are coming from the different channel. I think the different channel, this one, we really need to work hard to advocate the minister's power. Now, I think that's the right timing for him to do his job to really help the business, the local business, and the general community to use that car park for 3 hours free or 1 hour free. That's what we should do within our power and resources. That's why that is where my foreshadow motion is coming from. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Liu. So, Councillor Ellison, do you wish to speak for this? So, Deputy Mayor Liu, if you could please turn off your microphone. Any councillors wishing to speak against? Councillor Wang.
Yes. So I will not repeat what I said before, but I do think this council has the obligation to provide the free parking back to the community before we sort it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. I do note that council was told that the property would be compulsory acquired if we didn't sell it. So it wasn't council voluntarily selling that car park for the commuter car park. So the foreshadow motion has been moved by Deputy Mayor Liu, seconded by Councillor Ellison. Councillor Wang has spoken against. We will put the foreshadowed motion to a vote.
Madam Mayor.
I am for.
Councillor Ellison.
For.
Councillor Anzalotti.
Against.
Councillor Arthur.
Against.
Councillor Demoski.
For.
Councillor Gow.
Against.
Councillor Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Lansbury.
For.
Councillor Liu.
For.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Maud.
For.
Councillor Pun.
Against.
Councillor Stratocopoulos. For. Councillor Wang.
Against.
6 against, 9 for. Motion carried.
I declare the motion carried. We move to the next item, which is NM06H25, car parking strategy and McMahon Street removal of 1 hour free parking. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I have a second?
Councillor Stratocopoulos is seconding.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillor Sam. So this motion actually is quite simple. So we want to just listen to the community and put this schema to a post and think about what's the best for the community. So for the past 20 years, I started a petition and I received close to 500 supporters. So the removal of this 1 hour free parking at McMahon Street, Tracy Street, and the Glasses Road has caused the immediate and unnecessary pain. For years, this 1 hour parking made it easy for people just to drop by, do a little shopping, or donate, or see a doctor, or pick up a script. So it helped the business, charities, and elderlies, and the community to be honest. The community has been put out the reduction of free parking from 4 hours to 2 hours to 1 hour. Now it's totally taken away from them, so they're really upset. So I have interviewed quite a few customers and business owners and around the car park. So the most concern is not about the $1 fee itself, but because of the hassle. Paying $1 fee sounds small, but the time you'd have to stop and get your phone and punch in your regular number and try to find a coin or like credit card. It took normally it would take 5 to 10 minutes, but you know, for what? You just want to stop for 5 to 10 minutes visit. So it's not really, it's a total waste and unnecessary burden for the residents and visitors. So what will happen is people will just take the easy option and try to park at the shopping center for a pharmacy or whatever. And that will cause, of course, actual traffic problem, and with the business and the high street will lose the customers. So we already heard from the story from the, you know, Vinny, from the Vivian from Venice, that it's really deterring vulnerable customers for the charity shop. And the pharmacist says the patients, many elderly, are really upset and they very stressful. They're not just the shops to kill time. They are really residents using the essential service. So of course, I acknowledge the director's comments about the revenue, and but there are ways to balance that out. So by talking to the community, they said they don't mind. We can increase some of the long stay fees, but please keep this 1 hour free just for the efficiency and you know, productivity, and sometimes just a goodwill to the community. And the technology, of course, we know it's very clumsy, and the upgrade, I know it's on the way, but there's no parking system faster or user friendly. They just keep it for free, just keep it simple. And there's a precedent. Strasbourg Council, not long ago, they removed this free parking, and later they reinstated the free parking after community backslash. So I think we can learn a lesson or two from them. So this motion is not calling for a overhaul of the strategy. It just says, let's just think, stop, have to think about it. I know this plan was put in USA and for community feedback, but what I heard from the community, they really don't know. So who's going to watch what's say every day from their busy lives? So probably we need to think about some ways to go directly to letterbox dropping to the business. Yeah. So some the colleagues, I really just urge you, let's keep this 1 hour free for now, and then work out the long-term plan. What's really better for the resident? What's better for the business? Because if the business booming, it will generate the revenue. It will offset all those little fees. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Stratikopoulos, do you wish to speak as a seconder?
I reserve my right to reply.
Anybody wishing to speak against the motion? Deputy Mayor Liu?
I wanted to make amendments. Yeah, I will. Yeah, before I'm putting up my amendment, can I have a question for Councillor Wang? I appreciate that you're doing a petition for that. So before you, at the first, did you realize these fee changes has been adopted within the council last budget?
Last budget? Last budget, yeah. Yes, I did. I knew it's adopted, but I voted against it.
Thank you for the answer, because I was absent for that council meeting. You already know that being adopted. I remember before the budget meeting, we councillors, we've been given the opportunity to have councillor briefing. So at that time, did you put any concerns or comments about changing that?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I did raise concerns. I even asked for the promise from certain federal member to build a multi-story car park at Tracy Street. So I raised a few concerns. Yeah, I did.
Okay, can I double check that details if through you, Madam Mayor, if the director could give some answers after that? So we check the record. I want to make sure that before we go into the community, we did all we can do, and then we deliver the right message to the community. And then thank you. And I put my amendments. That the motion been deferred to a councillor workshop where councillors will be briefed on the implementation of the proposed changes to the Mount Street car park fee structure, including the financial impact on council's budget. The second one will be equity and consistency across the LGA, including comparison with Cobra parking. And C, provision and advocacy of mobility parking. And the last one will be potential impact on local businesses, supported by consultation with affected stakeholders. Thank you. 4 in total. That's my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Du. Councillor Wang, do you accept that amendment?
Okay, so this amendment is just asking for a defer, and then we have a thorough workshop, and then we make a decision. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Yeah.
So you accept that amendment?
Yeah, that's good. We can have thorough investigation. Thank you.
Okay, so that amendment now becomes the motion. Councillor Stratokopoulos, do you accept that amendment as the seconder of the original motion?
Sorry.
Yes, I do.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry. Just to clarify. So this motion be deferred. So what sort of motion would that become? Just my motion be deferred? Is that the one that?
So if you accept the amendment becomes the motion, and this what is outlined in that amendment would be presented to a council workshop for discussion.
So what? Okay, so if I accept it, it's still my original one, but it just get delayed, right? Because
no, this replaces your original motion. This becomes the motion. If you accept the amendment, this amendment becomes your motion.
Okay. Okay.
Understand?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And Councillor Stratokopoulos has accepted that. If there's no other speakers against, councillors, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. We move to NM 06925, Bruce Lee 52nd Anniversary Memorial Service Recognition and Endorsement of Sister City Relationship with Shunde City. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seconded by Councillor Stratokopoulos.
Thank you, Councillor again. Yeah, so first, I very sincerely thank the council and our staff, especially the Director of Community and Culture, for the clear guidance regarding the city partnership policy. So of course, I would also like to acknowledge the generous support from our federal and state members and community partners who joined us with the Bruce Lee 52 anniversary memorial service. So this simple motion is about the celebration and the recognition. The Bruce Lee Memorial is more than just an event. It has become a community tradition for over a decade. The statues in Cobra Town Square, a gift from Shunde City, has been a cultural landmark, a reminder of shared heritage, and a point of pride for our residents. The anniversary this year brought together martial artists, volunteers, chefs, business leaders, and government representatives. It showed the very best of community spirit, resilience, diversity, and unity. I especially thank the Shunde Association and the World Dragon Fans Club for their leadership. Their work, along with the event grant program, has kept this celebration vibrant and inclusive. The attempts of the Shunde government leaders and the female entrepreneurs further underline that this is more than a culture. It's also about the people-to-people links and economic exchange. So colleagues, so this is about honoring tradition and looking ahead. So the Bruce Lee Memorial is now a legacy event for George River. Let's keep supporting it and see where it takes us culturally, socially, and economically. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Stratokopoulos, this is a second. Did you wish to speak to the item?
Yes, I would, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I'd like to thank Councillor Wang for his motion today. On the 19th of July 2025, we gathered in Cogra Town Square to not only honour the iconic figure of Bruce Lee, but also the enduring cultural bridge between our community and the Xuande region of China. Xuande is the ancestral home of Bruce Lee's family. This statue, captured so powerfully in bronze, was unveiled in March 2011, marking the first anniversary of Friendship City Agreement with Xuande, established by the then Mayor of Cogra City Council, Mr. Nicholas Vargas. I understand Councillor Lansbury was also on that council. Bruce Lee transcended the realm of martial arts. He was a Chinese-American actor, philosopher, and true cultural pioneer. He founded Jeet Kune Do, a martial art rooted in personal expression and adaptability, and forever altered Hollywood's portrayal of Asian characters. This statue captures him mid-stance, a visual representation of his dynamic energy and ensuring influence. It reminds us of his creed, a very important one at that: be water, my friend. While Bruce Lee never lived in Cogra, I'm sure he would have loved it. His global impact resonates deeply here. As a local councillor for Cogra, I've seen and heard many visitors and locals alike shuffling through this popular square, taking a moment to admire this wonderful statue, which perfectly represents the warm relationship between the people of Xuande and the people of Cogra. The gathering was filled with line dances, martial arts demos, and floral tributes, reflecting the multicultural spirit that defines Cogra. I'm proud to be part of a council together with the Xuande Association local martial arts group ensures that this legacy is not only alive but vibrant with every anniversary event. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Xuande Association of Australia and acknowledge the presence earlier of Mr. Sam Lau, the President of the Xuande Association, for their unwavering support in establishing the statue and advocating cultural exchange, for nurturing the flourishing relationship between Xuande and the Cogra area, exemplifying friendship in action. I'd also like to note that this statue hopefully will continuously remind us that art and cultural diplomacy foster mutual understanding across borders. Community equals diversity, a mosaic of traditions that makes Cogra unique, and bright futures are built when we acknowledge and celebrate our shared heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stratikopoulos. Deputy Mayor Liu, did you?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor, again for providing the opportunity for me to make a minor amendment, but a very important amendment in my view, from my understanding. Just within the point B, that council recognized the Bruce Lee statue in Cogra Town Square as a gift from Xuande City 2010, unveiled in 2011 to commemorate the Sister City Agreement. I wanted to change the commemorate the word to as part of the discontinued Sister City Agreement, because any of us coming from the councillor coming from both sides, former Hurstville and former Cogra, we know that unfortunately, once the merging been occurred, this relationship been just a collapse naturally. So I don't want to make give any misleading. The relationship is still there, because we talk about I talk about this with the Madam Mayor couple months ago. They are not the first city to approach us, and I even talked to the director, Christy Dott. If anyone wants to really establish the relationship, they are more than welcome to apply for that in accordance with the policy that's in place. So that's why I wanted to change for that. So without making any false hope, any misleading. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
but you're proposing an amendment to Councillor Wang to change the words unveiled in 2011 to commemorate the Sister City Agreement, to change that to say unveiled in 2011 as part of the discontinued Sister City Agreement. If we could bring that up on the screen. So instead of to commemorate, the discontinued. So just remove the word to after 2011. And so Councillor Wang, if you could just consider that amendment, whether you would accept that, it would read, the council recognise the Bruce Lee statue in Kogarah Town Centre as a gift from Shungay City 2010, unveiled in 2011 as part of the discontinued Sister City Agreement, a project initiated and championed by the former local leadership.
So probably I will, through you, Madam Chair, to ask the director. So the English is not my native language, but this sentence is saying this just states the facts in 2021. It's gifted from the Shunde City as part of the sister city at that time, right? So if you say discontinued, does that mean it's discontinued in 2021 or 2011? So I just confirm.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the wording is just saying that the Sister City Agreement is now discontinued, but it's still giving it the intent that you had, which was unveiled in 2011.
Okay, thank you. I'm fine with that.
You accept that amendment?
Yeah.
Fantastic. And Councillor Stratocopoulos, so you accept that minor amendment?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's fine, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, anyone wishing to speak against this motion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, I declare it carried. Pardon? We next move to NM 07025, social media platforms. That is a report by Deputy Mayor Councillor Liu.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I have the seconder before I speak on it?
Yeah, seconded by Councillor Marnie.
Oh, thank you. So actually, my motion is not that complicated. And thank you for the executive manager Kent to give me some ideas. I think my motion is just give a start for council to work on the technical details about the social media platform, especially the way to enhance communications and engagement with the CALD, COLD residents and business. As in particular within the Chinese community, it's a very popular social media platform like a WeChat and the Little Red Note with Xiaohongshu. The purpose to support the promotion of council's information. And the second, provide a feasibility assessment. I think, and the third one, we wanted to look at the report back to council outlining a proposed approach. We welcome all the details coming back to us. The reason is we all listened to the public forum during that part. People, especially from that background, they usually rely on those information resources, and within the community, if we use their language, if we understand their culture, it's always a better way to understand each other. Because after this one, I've got another motion about the MLR and the TOD. I'm not allowed to talk about that one before, but during this period of time, I can see if we are not using their language, some of the people, they are disadvantaged about the language, about having language barrier or cultural barrier. They can't get the right and correct information in effective way. So that's why I feel it's really a need that we apply those languages and to promote our council's correct information to deliver those facts to the right community. So that's why that's where my motion is coming from. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Liu. Councillor Marnie, do you wish to speak as the seconder? No. Anyone wishing to speak against this motion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Next, we move to NM 07125, acknowledgement and congratulations to Li Wong Mi Fong, JP, Asia Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Culinary Promotion Ambassador Australia. Deputy Mayor Liu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I have a second now?
Councillor Jamieson.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. We all just like to listen to one of the, I think two speakers out of the public forum to congratulate Mr. We call her Mrs. Li Tai. That means her husband's surname is Li, so we call her in our Chinese community is a very respected title for her. That I wanted to move that the council acknowledges and congratulate local resident Li Wang Mei Fong, JP, commonly known as Li Tai, for being appointed as the Asian Pacific Intangible Cultural Heritage Promotion Ambassador Australia by the Asian Pacific, this organization, APCIICH, in recognition of her decades-long contribution to cultural heritage, community engagement, and the international promotion of traditional arts. The council liaison with Ms. Li to publicly acknowledge her success through inclusion in the business unit, Unite newsletter and other communication channels. Her story stands as a beacon of a cultural pride and will continue to inspire future heritage and diversity initiatives within the Georges River community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Liu. Councillor Jamieson, do you wish to speak to the motion? Anyone wishing to speak against? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. Next, we move to NM 07225, low mid-rise housing, LMR and transit-oriented development. Todd, Deputy Mayor Liu.
Thank you, Madam
Seconded
Mayor.
by Councillor
Can I have a
Demosky.
second now?
Yep, seconded by Councillor Demosky.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, let's let Deputy
I
Mayor
think
Liu move the
allow me
motion.
to first speak on my one, and anyone wants to amend it, and that's a chance for you, right? I think so.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Liu, if you want to move your motion, because you haven't had the opportunity to move it as yet. And
Yeah, I wanted to move my motion as it's printed
As is
in the paper. It's because it's include 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't want to, occupy too much of your time, so anyone can just
move
already
it as
published. Yes, I move as it is.
Okay. And Councillor Wang, you wish to move an amendment? Okay.
So my amendment is just as long, but I just have a summary. So I assume everybody has read the original motion, so I will not repeat that one, and I acknowledge there are lots of useful information there. But however, I feel like there's some critical information missing, and it does not address the community concerns sufficiently. So that's why I put in this amendment. The first, so we need to acknowledge the role the council has to play in this LMR and TOD. As a matter of fact, back in March 2024, and we had provided a official submission to the inquiry of the New
Sorry,
South Wales
Councillor Wang,
government.
I haven't got a seconder for your amendment.
Oh, sorry.
So if I
Yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
call for a seconder, Councillor Gao.
Yeah, yeah. So,
And
so
just quickly, Councillor Deputy Mayor Liu, do you accept this amendment? Councillor Wang, if you could just turn your microphone off.
No, I'm not going to
No.
accept it.
Okay, sorry. And then, sorry, you can continue. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, so we need when we say this government, this Georges River has no final say decision making for this determination of AMR or TOD, we do have the role and actually responsibilities to give feedback to the state. So that's why I want to include this in the acknowledgement, and that's why we are here. And so the second thing I want to, I have some concern about the previous deed about the misinformation in the Chinese community. I have to say this LMR in HCA is relatively new, so that's why I put in a question with notice last month to clarify some of the fundamentals. So so that comment seems to be targeting the Chinese community and unfairly, and could be viewed as offensive. I don't think we should venture into that territory. So I suggest we remove that item. And the other thing I want to, this will bring us out to the heart of my amendment. So this is about the community, it's not about the policy. So we need to address the concerns from the community. As some of you have read from the latest newspaper from the leader, this particular poor old man in his 70s, he couldn't afford to maintain his windows and doors, couldn't close. And it's not safe to live. And because he lives in this HCA, and not even a heritage item, and a window, just a wooden window will cost him more than $10,000. And there's very few people in this country can do that work. It's such a very bizarre situation. And to be honest, I feel like the heritage is in this current schema is not sustainable. People will just leave it to rotten. Yeah. So that's why I want to bring real to acknowledge their concern, their hardship. There's lots of confusions about this MMR over the HCA, and we need to acknowledge that. And this HCA itself is also confusing because there's certain changes without the notification, as some of the speakers mentioned, and the financial burden is huge. And probably some of you don't know, if you are not financially, if you're not the listed item, you're not eligible for any grants. So nobody in the HCA are eligible for the grants. We need to acknowledge that. So that's why. Okay, I just finished it. Yeah, so that's why I'm proposing a series of practical, tangible amendments for actions for the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gao, do you wish to speak to this amendment?
I reserve my right.
Is that right? Anyone wishing to speak against this amendment? If not, we'll put the amendment to a vote. If we could please go around the room.
Madam Mayor,
I'm against the amendment.
Councillor Allison,
Against.
Councillor Anzalotti,
For.
Councillor Arthur,
For.
Councillor Tomoski,
Against.
Councillor Gao,
For.
Councillor Hayes,
For.
Councillor Jamison,
Against.
Councillor Lansbury,
Against.
Councillor Liu, Councillor Marnie,
Against.
Councillor Mort,
Against.
Councillor Pun,
For.
Councillor Stratopoulos, Councillor Wang.
For.
9 against.
I declare the amendment lost, and we will revert back to Deputy Mayor Liu's original motion. Would you like to speak to your motion, Deputy Mayor Liu?
Yes. Thank you again for the opportunity. I think my motion even includes a few points, but the intention is very simple. my intention is to inform and provide the facts to the community. Like the Councillor Wan just said, is that I is misunderstood or what? I think I'm not wrong. There is misleading and misunderstanding. So that's why my motion just provide a fact to the community, as there is much misunderstanding from the community. So firstly, LMR and the TOD are not state government's proposals. Council, the position is not to adopt it because this planning control are state legislation, do not require adoption by our local council and already overrided any council planning control set by council. So that's a very important, big topic. When anyone wants to deliver the messages, please, you deliver the right message to the community. Let them know that's the main point. So secondly, and when the people really care about, especially the development in Herschel area, I wanted to let the people know that Georges River Council has submitted an additional and the devised housing planning proposal to the state government. As part of this submission, council sought to implement the recommendations of the Herschel City Centre Urban Design Strategy 2018, that's ACCUDS. If approved, this proposal would unlock capacity for about 406 additional dwellings in Herschel, particularly in the Tracy Street precinct, along Park Road and Rice Street, and other areas to the north of the Herschel City Centre. Hopefully the community really realize this. And it is ultimately that a state government that decide whether to approve council's proposal, but unfortunately no response has been received. And importantly, Herschel has not been nominated by the state government as a TOD precinct. It's not from council, it's from the state government. Please really deliver this right message to the community, please. Instead, area within an 800 meters radius of Herschel Station and Town Centre has been designated as MMR area. The state government LMR controls already apply in this area. Whether I or the other councillors support this reform actually is not up to us, as the controls are legislated and currently enforced, because that's from the state government. So please deliver that right message to the community. Don't make any misunderstanding, don't make any misleading. As a councillor, we've been elected by the local community. We need to stand firm to our role. If anyone behind the scene, the community is not big. I've heard a lot of these kind of things. Someone, of course, I don't have I don't want to, put anything, but I heard about it. Remember, the community is a circle. Anything behind the scene wanted to do, in the end, it's come back. Thank you. And just to clarify, there is no requirement for Georges River to amend if we talk about the planning, the LEP and DCP to align with the LMR policy, because MLR provisions override council's planning control, as I emphasized before. So TOD and LMR are not the same. They are different state government policies and programs, and the state government has identified the specific land to which each applies. So we encourage any particular councillors, if we wanted to know the policy, and any member from the community want to review the details, there is a website. So if we really wanted to really caring about the Herschel, that's the matter of fact we need to understand. So I come back, I still a few seconds, come back to my motion, the point F. We talk about, I understand that one of the councillors doing a petition about the O'Brien Aztec Heritage Conservation Area, HCA. This one within the point F, we all understand that HCA are not excluded. What that means? Meaning the MLR controls are applicable within the O'Brien Aztec HCF. So thanks again. Please deliver the right message to the community. That's one of our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Deputy
Mayor.
Mayor Liu. I need to call for a procedural motion, if I can, for an extension of time. It's moved by Councillor Lansbury. I think we'll request the extension time for 1 hour. We still have 9 motions to go, councillors. But just letting you know, if we don't get those finished within that time frame by midnight, then the meeting will conclude and the items will be deferred to another meeting at another time. So we need to keep things moving if we want to get through the items on the paper. So procedural motion to request an extension of time of 1 hour till midnight by Councillor Lansbury. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against, I declare it carried. And we go back to the motion put by Deputy Mayor Liu. Councillor Dmowski, do you wish to speak on the item?
I reserve my right.
Anybody wishing to speak against? Councillor Marnie? Sorry. For the motion, yes. I allow you to speak for the motion.
Thank you. I thank Councillor Liu for this notice of motion, as it will help to clarify the effects of the New South Wales government's largely unadvertised LMR and TOD policies on the community. I'll reiterate that these policies were not created by Georgia River nor any other council. Moreover, councils have been stripped of their planning powers in these precincts, and residents have lost their long-held democratic rights, as not even us councillors are able to have a say on the future look or amenity of the neighbourhoods. I now have a comment specifically on part F on Councillor Liu's motion. As the officer's report clearly states, the O'Brien's Estate Heritage Conservation Area is not excluded from the state government's LMR policy. The LMR's impact on O'Brien's estate and other areas of unique character and charm is a classic example of the pin the tail on the donkey, or policy on the run, with no thought given to community sentiment or history, and is quite frankly an insult to the Cogra City Council staff who went to considerable efforts to first implement this heritage precinct, and flies in the face of the findings of our George River professionals who more recently produced our own housing strategy, which will allow for more than adequate development without affecting our 3 heritage precincts, O'Brien's, Macrae's and Cogra South heritage areas, plus the Fortune Scenic Protection Area. While we were formulating the strategy during the previous term of council, with Councillor Wang, a member of the Environment and Planning Committee, we passed a series of unanimous decisions in support of council's strategy. I'd therefore like to ask Councillor Wang why he stated in the leader of the 9th of August, updated yesterday, the bigger question is whether the O'Brien's estate should even be a conservation area, when his voting record over the recent times has been to retain it, along with the other 2 HCAs. I found that possibly the most satisfying part of being a councillor has been to work closely with our expert planners, both past and present, in conjunction with our engaged community, which values both heritage and the environment. I don't believe it's wise to second guess exceptional town planning recommendations, such as our brilliant housing strategy, particularly in the public arena. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Anybody wishing to speak against? Councillor Wang.
Yes. First, thank you, Councillor Marnie. So can you repeat that question to me, please?
I think we'll take it as a comment.
Sorry, it's a concern, right? The question directed to me. I
You want to repeat the question, Councillor Marnie? Do you have it there?
Yeah.
Although read it verbatim.
I think it was in relation to voting, historical voting records, the
Yes,
Environment Planning Committee around heritage.
That's right. Yes. So
Conservation.
therefore, I read again. I'd therefore like to ask Councillor Wang why he stated in the letter of 9th of August. The bigger question is whether the O'Brien's estate should be a conservation area, when his voting record over recent times has been to retain it, along with the other 2 HCAs. That's it. So you were voting to preserve the HCA, which I very much agree with, and now you're saying, well, why should we have an HCA in the O'Brien estate. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So so I don't know how far back was that one, but the MMR is recent in the spirit of MMR to build more housing within the vicinity of the transport center. So this HCA is under my reconsideration, especially one I got to know also recently. There's absolutely no heritage listed item. So that's why, because the whole climate change and the more detailed review. So that's why I have a revolutionary thinking. We should delist that. I'm just questioning: why should we have a heritage area without a heritage? That's just yeah, illogical. So so just I just say some more about why I object to this motion, because this motion just pretend to be we know everything. All we need to do is to educate the community. It's so arrogant and it's so out of touch. Come on, even I raised that the question last month. If you read it, so that's the first time I ever come to this situation when MMR hit HCA. Nobody knows. I spoke to the director multiple times. Nobody knows the detailed answer. Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Martin has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's appropriate that a councillor calls another councillor those adjectives which I won't repeat. Thank you.
I'm just saying this motion is out of touch. It's arrogant to educate the community when the answer is not clear. And we have a responsibility to work together with the community. That's my point. I spoke to the director many times. We are still working out the detail, how you implement. Give you example. I have so many examples. See this old gentleman's window, he cannot afford a repair. Can you knock it down, build a MMR townhouse? Do you think it is doable or not? Can you find all this antique material and architecture in this heritage area? Because
they just have to submit a development application like any other applicant, and it would be assessed on its merits in accordance with it being located in a heritage conservation area, which they knowingly bought, knowing it was within a heritage conservation area.
You know what? That's the next example I'm going to give. There's one resident lodged the application DA. They are told, we don't know. Get your town planner to talk to us, and when they ask if they are in the quite a few formal questions raised with council, but the answer is we're still trying to figure out. But there's nothing wrong with that because we just got an MA this year, and the HCA has been along for quite some time, and they could be a little bit out of date. So we need to work out creatively and proactively. That's what I'm saying. This motion does not address LEP, does not address the DA process in this HCA, and does not address especially the potential conflict between the MLA and the HCA, because HCA dictates when you do the maintenance, you need to adhere to certain standard of material, workmanship, and everything, and the style and everything. But MMR, you look at the template, the 8 template, it's just standard townhouse and duplex. You know the answer? I doubt it. We need to work out together. That's what I'm trying to do, to put a motion action together so we can work together with the community. Thank you.
Councillor Lansbury.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to move that the motion be put, please.
Let's put the motion. This is the motion moved by Deputy Mayor Liu, seconded by Councillor Dmowski. We'll go around the room. Please take the votes.
Madam Mayor.
I'm for the motion.
Councillor Allison. For. Councillor Anzalotti.
Against.
Councillor Arthur.
Against.
Councillor Dosky.
For.
Councillor Gale.
Against.
Councillor Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Jamison. For. Councillor Lansbury. For. Councillor Liu. For. Councillor Marnie. For. Councillor Mort. For. Councillor Pun.
Against.
Councillor Stratokopoulos. For. Councillor Wang.
Against.
9-4.
I declare the motion carried. We move to NM 07325, which is the Hurstville School Precinct Traffic Study. Councillor Wang.
Madam Chair, can I have a second, please? Yeah.
Councillor Gao, seconded that.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, this motion is just for a timely delivery of safety improvement around the school. So as you all remember, early this year, the council has endorsed the Hurstville Public School Precinct Traffic Study, which identified 34 recommendations, 20 in short term, and 13 to be delivered by the council. Since then, 3 has been completed and 10 underway. This is crucial. At the same time, so the area is facing additional pressure. That's after the report. So 2 major construction projects, one before and one after, at the Ryder Street and the Forest Road. So they are within just next to each other, and so this posed increased risk to the parents and the residents and the students. So there is many concerns, and because it caused narrow footpaths, dust, noisy, and even light spill from the construction. So so this one is especially serious during the early and evening hours. So and one of the intersection is between the Hill Road and the Forest Road, Hill Street and the Forest Road, just at the center of the construction, literally. So the markings of the pedestrian crossing has been faded, and the sign of the safety island, I think, it's dismantled, and the stop sign was locked down by some vehicle. And this is just a accident waiting to happen. Unfortunately, the council has, after I and some residents reported, so this sign has been set up, and there's a temporary rubble safety island put in place, thanks to the council. So this motion is just to seek to maintain the momentum, and they request a constant priority for this area, and deliver the 13 short-term measures. And if needed, we needed to confirm any of the budget or resource, and to improve this pedestrian and actually keep it safe. So of course, I read from the director's comments. So the council is already actively engaged the developers, and so we just want to. I just wish in the short term, so we can deliver some tangible outcome and keep up with the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Gao, do you wish to speak this motion?
I reserve my right.
Reserve your right. Any councillors wishing to speak against? Deputy Mayor Liu?
It's not against. I put up amendment. Can I do that? Yeah, the amendment that the first one will be that a council note the director comments which outline the actions completely by council and the remaining actions in progress as part of the implementation of the Hurstville School Precinct Traffic Study. Second one will be that a council note that compliance with the Construction Traffic Management Plan, CTMP, issued as part of the development consent is an operational matter. Just to thank you.
Can I call for a seconder on that amendment? Councillor Dmowski. Councillor Wang, do you accept the amendment?
Oh, yes.
Accept the amendment. Fantastic. The amendment becomes the motion. Councillors, anyone wishing to speak against the No, Councillor Gow seconded it. And didn't you? Oh, sorry, I need to ask you to accept the amendment. Sorry, thank you. So the amendment becomes the motion. Any councillors wishing to speak against? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Next, we move to NM 07425, DA 2025-0247, 47 to 49 Planter's Road, Carlton. Councillor Gow. Seconded by Councillor Anzalotti. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make a super minor amendment to this motion, just at the very end, part E, that council investigating amendments, council's community engagement strategy, development application, notification requirements for certain types of land uses that are likely to elicit broader traffic related concerns, such as places of worship, childcare centres, gyms, and adult establishments. Now, I move that council immediately issue additional written notification of this DA on Canvas Road, and I didn't put on it, take 153 Bellevue Parade out of it. Restart the public exhibition period for this DA by further 14 days from the date of the expanded notification issue. No, just keep showing. My and look, the motion is right there. I'm not going to read the whole thing out. I'm not going to go into the merits of the DA. That is not a decision for us as a council to make. I completely acknowledge that. This motion is purely about common sense. We as a council, this council, if it was to seriously take community consultation, community submissions seriously into consideration, how could it seriously do so if only 2 residents were notified of this DA? DAs such as places of worship, DAs such as childcare centres and adult establishments are not the same DA as if you wanted to build a pool in your backyard or have a granny flat put up in your backyard. These are concerns that are genuine. And if you don't notify the people affected, you're not going to give them a fair chance to have their say. What is the point of having community consultation and community submissions if the community doesn't even know about a DA that potentially could impact their streets? Residents report back to me every day they feel decisions by this council are made without them. This is exactly why. 2 letters, no matter how you spin it, just does not cut it. This motion is about common sense, fairness and transparency, nothing more, nothing less. Council, under the community participation plan, has the discretion, has the power to extend the notification period of development application, such as places of worship, such as childcare centres and gyms and adult establishments. Residents deserve to have their say on something like this.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. I'm just going to put a question to the director. It was stated by yourself then and also in the public forum that this DA was notified to just 2 people. I'm going to put a question to the director and ask if this was notified to 2 people.
Madam Mayor and Councillors, the notification procedures were followed as per engagement strategy, and the numbers of letters that were sent out were 45, and the notification map was clearly displayed, so it showed a number of properties, which are not 45 properties, but that just means there were some strata letters as part of that. There's 45 letters sent out. Thank you.
How many of the letters were residential, through you, Madam Mayor, to the director?
I might just take them on notice. Yeah.
From the feedback that I've received from residents, is that only 2 residents on Planthurst Road, on Blakesley Road, were notified.
the director has taken that on notice, so that will be recorded in the next council meeting agenda. Councillor Anzalone, did you wish to speak to this motion?
I think what Councillor Gow is asking for here is to just possibly have a look at extending the procedures in notifying residents. I think that's the crux of your motion there. So that's all I want to say on it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Anzalotti. Councillors, anyone wishing to speak against this motion? Councillor Stratakopoulos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to speak against the motion, but also a foreshadow motion. That being as follows: that the council note that the Georges River Council Community Engagement Strategy 2023 to 2033 outlines in Part D the guidelines for council's notification plan relating to new places of public worship. Apologies. Secondly, for DA 2025/0247 4749 Panthurst Road, Carlton, neighbour notification took place in accordance with this strategy. Part 3, strategies and policies exist to ensure council implements processes fairly, equitably and transparently for all. B, that as part of the upcoming review of the community engagement strategy, council considers a wider notification plan in the strategy for applications relating to the following land uses: pubs, registered clubs, centre-based childcare facilities, restricted premises, funeral homes and places of public worship.
Thank you, Councillor Stratakopoulos. So you're moving that as a foreshadowed motion. Again, this will only be considered if Councillor Gow's motion is lost. If there's no further speakers on the motion, I will put Councillor Gow's motion to a vote. If we could please go around the room and take the votes.
Madam Mayor.
I'm against.
Councillor Allison.
Against.
Councillor Anzalotti.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Tomowski.
Against.
Councillor Gow.
For.
Councillor Hayes.
For.
Councillor Jamison.
Against.
Councillor Lansbury.
Against.
Councillor Liu. Councillor Marnie.
Against.
Councillor Mort.
Against.
Councillor Pung.
For.
Councillor Stratakopoulos.
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
No one against.
I declare the motion lost. We will now go to the foreshadowed motion put forward by Councillor Stratakopoulos, and I'll call for a seconder on that. Councillor Marnie has seconded that, and Councillor Stratakopoulos, would you like to speak to that foreshadowed motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that as councillors, our role is to oversee and guide the strategic direction of council. If we see a policy or strategy that could be improved, we have the right and indeed the responsibility to request a review or propose changes. What we do not have the authority to do is instruct staff through a notice of motion to act outside of council's established policies or strategies. These frameworks exist to ensure fairness, transparency and consistency in how council operates. If a councillor feels a policy is not delivering the intended outcomes, the proper course is to work on refining the policy or strategy itself rather than instructing staff to act outside of it. This is how we maintain good governance and ensure decisions are equitable and accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stratakopoulos. Councillor Marnie, do you wish to speak for this motion? Anyone wishing to speak against?
Not speaking against, Madam Mayor. I have a question to Councillor Stratakopoulos for moving this motion. Councillor Stratakopoulos, what are the risks to council's reputation and decision making if the community later argues that they were denied a fair say?
I think council stands behind its policies. We have policies for a reason.
Madam Mayor, this is for Councillor Stratakopoulos.
Councillor Stratakopoulos, do you want to answer the question? You don't have to, you can.
Councillor Gow, as Madam Mayor iterated, council stands behind its policies.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against? If not, I'm going to put this motion.
I'm speaking. Madam Mayor, give me 20 seconds to review this motion.
We're happy to put it to a vote. I'm going to put the motion to a vote.
Madam Mayor,
I'm for the foreshadowed motion.
Councillor Allison,
Getting confused.
For.
Councillor Angelotti,
For.
Councillor Arthur,
For.
Councillor Demoski,
For.
Councillor Gow,
For.
Councillor Hayes,
For.
Councillor Jamieson,
For.
Councillor Lansbury,
For.
Councillor Lou,
For.
Councillor Marnie,
For.
Councillor Mort,
For.
Councillor Punn,
For.
Councillor Strotopoulos,
For.
Councillor Wang.
For.
Unanimous.
I declare that motion carried. We move to NM 07525, review of the domestic waste management. Councillor Gow. So we can call for a seconder. Someone want to second that motion? Councillor Hayes seconded that.
Madam Mayor, I'm not going to read out the motion as it is. It is on there. It is. Everybody has the opportunity to review this motion, which is why I know Councillor Stratokopoulos has an amendment waiting for this. I'm not going to say much to it. Another motion about rubbish bins for me, absolutely, because there is nothing greater. There is nothing of greater responsibility to this council than waste management and rubbish bins. And ultimately speaking, if you are paying for something that you are not getting, you deserve compensation and you deserve a refund. That is exactly what this motion serves to achieve.
Thank you, Councillor Gowan. Councillor Hayes, do you wish to speak for this motion?
No, I reserve my right.
You reserve your right. Councillor Jamieson?
Would I be able to make an amendment to it, please?
You can put forward an amendment.
Yeah. Sorry, I just assumed. And, that the General Manager prepare a report on actions taken to address any discrepancies with waste management charges by the end of the 25-26 financial year, and note that Council remains committed to resolving any identified discrepancies and will continue to monitor and refine its processes to ensure fair and accurate billing for all ratepayers, including the provision of reimbursements where applicable.
And that's moved by Councillor Jamieson, seconded by Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Gow, do you accept that amendment?
Only for the purpose that this is asking for a delay by another year, I will not be accepting this amendment.
Okay, so Councillor Jamieson, do you wish to speak for the amendment, or would you like to put it for a vote? Put it for a vote. Okay, we'll vote on the amendment.
Madam Mayor,
I'm for the amendment.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Angelotti,
Against.
Councillor Arthur,
Against.
Councillor Demoski,
For.
Councillor Gow,
Against.
Councillor Hayes,
Against.
Councillor Jamieson,
For.
Councillor Lansbury,
For.
Councillor Lou,
For.
Councillor Marnie,
Please just step down.
Councillor Mort,
For.
Councillor Punn,
Against.
Councillor Stratopoulos,
For.
Councillor Wang.
Against.
8-4.
I declare the amendment carried. The amendment now becomes the motion. And we'll put the to a vote again if we can, please.
Madam Mayor,
For.
Councillor Allison,
For.
Councillor Angelotti,
For.
Councillor Arthur,
For.
Councillor Demoski,
For.
Councillor Gow,
For.
Councillor Hayes,
For.
Councillor Jamieson,
For.
Councillor Lansbury,
For.
Councillor Lou,
For.
Councillor Marnie,
For.
Councillor Mort, Councillor Punn,
For.
Councillor Stratopoulos, Councillor Wang. Unanimous.
I declare the motion carried. We go to NM 07625, speeding issues, Ferry Avenue, Beverley Park. Councillor Gow. And seconded by Councillor Marnie. You seconding this one?
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'm not gonna read out the motion as it is. It's extremely straightforward, extremely pragmatic, it is a common sense motion. This is another long-standing issue in Beverley Park, Madam Mayor, that has not been addressed. We've heard from residents who are living with real safety concerns, speeding, hooning, and dangerous driving. This motion is common sense, practical measures like speed bumps, feedback signs, and targeted police enforcement. These are things that make a real difference in the lives of residents of Beverley Park. Waiting for a serious accident to happen before acting is not leadership. We've seen that at Hurstville Public School. We've seen that on Railway Parade in Cogra before anything is done. We don't want to set the precedent once again.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. Councillor Stratikopoulos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. I'd just like to put forward an amendment, and it reads as follows. The Council A acknowledges that residents have raised concerns regarding vehicle speeding on Ferry Avenue, Beverley Park. B, reaffirms that all traffic, parking and road safety matters are investigated by Council's traffic engineers and reported through the Local Transport Forum, formerly the Local Traffic Committee, which includes representation from New South Wales Police, Transport New South Wales and local state members of Parliament. Recommendations are now referred to the Assets and Infrastructure Committee and subsequently to Council for endorsement. C, confirms that a risk-based prioritisation framework is applied to all traffic-related matters to ensure that investigations and works are scheduled consistently and according to safety priority. D, requests the concerns raised in item A be investigated in accordance with prioritisation framework outlined in item C. E, encourages councils to submit traffic-related concerns via councillor requests, which remain the most efficient and effective process for initiating investigations and actions.
Councillor Stratikopoulos, there is an additional amendment on there which is in line with the other traffic item, which is to add that requests they be investigated by Council's traffic engineers, just adding that action into Part A, similar as the Regent Street motion earlier on.
Madam Mayor, I don't accept this amendment only because I'm not accepting another copy and paste job from Councillor Stratikopoulos from a previous amendment you made to a motion I presented to this council. Again,
okay, thank you, Councillor Gow. We'll call for a seconder on the amendment from Councillor Stratikopoulos. Councillor Jamieson has seconded that. And Councillor Stratikopoulos, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
I'll reserve my right to reply.
Councillor Jamieson, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Just quickly, the reason I'm doing I support the amendment is that I've got traffic issues in my area and I really want them to prioritise. I don't want it, if it's yours as a higher risk, that's fine, but I definitely don't want mine pushed back. So if it's a higher risk, simply because we put a notice of motion in there for 6 months or whatever timeline you put.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Councillor Gow, do you wish to speak against?
I do wish to speak against. I'm not accepting another copy and paste job from Councillor Stratikopoulos and Councillor Jamieson. I was elected to represent the residents of Beverley Park who elected me to this place and to advocate fiercely for them. What you do is a matter for you. This is what I do, and this is what the residents that elected me expect me to achieve and fight for them.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. I'll speak for the amendment. I live in Beverley Park. I represent the people of Cogra Bay, and there's many streets in Beverley Park that people would claim cars are speeding on. Burgess Street, people claim they do on Jubilee Avenue, they do on Lacey Street. So it's really, how do we stop poor behaviour of people speeding, which applies in probably every suburb of this LGA and every suburb in Sydney. So I think this is advocating for the community by taking the correct action, which is to request that the traffic engineers investigate the speeding issues on Ferry Avenue and go through the process of a report.
Madam Mayor, on the record here, this issue has been ongoing for a period of about 4 years with inaction from this council. That's the feedback that I've received from the residents who I met with, the residents I spoke with and door knocked on Ferry Avenue and surrounding. I'm only presenting this motion because these are solutions that these residents of Beverley Park presented to me. I'm simply reflecting their wishes. I'm simply representing their wishes.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. So we have the amendment put forward by Councillor Stratocopoulos, seconded by Councillor Jamieson. We'll put that amendment to a vote, please.
Madam Mayor,
I'm for the amendment.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Angelotti.
Against.
Councillor Arthur.
Against.
Councillor Demoski.
For.
Councillor Gow.
Against.
Councillor Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Jamieson. For. Councillor Lansbury. For. Councillor Liu.
For.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Mort.
For.
Councillor Pun.
Against.
Councillor Stratocopoulos.
For.
Councillor Wang.
Against.
9 for.
I declare the amendment carried. It becomes the motion. We need to put the motion to a vote. I'll ask all those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. We move to NM 07725, Narwee Shopping Centre Revitalisation. Councillor Jamieson.
Yes, first, yes. We've got a second.
Seconded by Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that Narwee Shopping Centre is a unique part of our local area. Unlike some other locations where council boundaries are divided by major roads or natural barriers, here the split occurs just one street off the line. This means that a small village shopping centre, true heart of the community, falls within two councils. Narwee Public School is situated on one side of the street with many of our residents' children attending. Family shopkeepers and locals treat this as one village, one community. Because of the split, the care and presentation of the centre can vary between the two sides. While meeting someone at a cafe on the Georges River Council side, I observed differences in streetscape and maintenance across the boundary. Our side benefits from policies of graffiti removal and streetscape improvements, while the adjoining side reflects a different approach. This can make the village feel uneven, less inviting and less cohesive as a single community. Narwee is a tight-knit community. The shops, the school, the station, the residents all operate as one. It would be beneficial for the centre to be managed in a way that reflects that unity. That's why I'm requesting an investigation into practical solutions. Could this involve closer collaboration with Canterbury Bankstown Council to ensure consistency in care and maintenance? Could it even involve considering boundary arrangements to support the village as a single cohesive area? The Narwee Shopping Village is an important community asset. Our residents, families and shopkeepers deserve a centre that is clean, welcoming and well maintained. Therefore, my notice of motion requests that the General Manager prepare a report exploring discussions with Canterbury Bankstown Council, shopkeepers and community groups such as Refresh Narwee to identify practical solutions and provide recommendation on its best way forward. And I think we just had to do a bit of a typo because it's yeah, so point aids such as Refresh Narwee, not Narwee Refresh. Should we change it? Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Councillor Hayes, do you wish to speak to this item as the seconder?
I'll just reserve my right of this.
Anyone wishing to speak against this motion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against, declare it carried. Next, we move to NM 07825, Jubilee Avenue Traffic Study. Councillor Gow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not going to read out the motion.
Seconded by Councillor Hayes.
In the interest of time, not going to read out the motion. This is another long-standing issue for the residents of Beverley Park sectors in Ramsgate, Carlton and Cobra. Residents deserve action. Residents deserve transparency and knowing what is actually happening. Residents tell me every single day that this intersection is a congested one, that action needs to happen on this intersection. And Madam Mayor, I know you completely agree with me, and you're not going to expect me to say this, but credit is given where credit is due. Yes, Madam Mayor, a couple of years ago, about 2.5 years ago, you did secure the funding for a traffic study to take place at this intersection, and I commend you for that. However, Madam Mayor, it has been 2.5 years. Residents are still in the lurch. Residents are still waiting to know what is exactly going to happen. We know the solutions. We have the solutions. We just have to implement it.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. Councillor Stratocopoulos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just have an amendment to this particular motion. The amendment reads as follows. The council note the director's comments of this report, which provide A, the detailed breakdown of expenditure of Jubilee Avenue and Park Road traffic studies. B, an overview of the collaborative efforts between council and TF New South Wales in progressing the study. And C, the anticipated next steps and timing of the project. Thank you.
Councillor Gow, do you accept that?
I accept the amendment.
You accept the amendment? Fantastic. Councillor Hayes as a seconder, do you accept the amendment?
I accept the amendment.
Thank you. So the amendment becomes the motion. Councillors, anybody wishing to speak against the amendment? I'll just make a couple of comments that the Transport for New South Wales have been working very closely with council on this project. It has taken a little longer than was anticipated to agree on the base model of the study, and the base model I learned is the agreed reality of what is the traffic volumes at each of the intersections as it stands now. So if the modelling is not correct to begin with and not agreed upon, then any future modelling won't be relevant. So that is taking a little longer than anticipated, but we are now in a good position where Transport for New South Wales have agreed to that base modelling, and the consultants that were appointed on this traffic study are now undertaking the process of modelling scenarios that will be presented. I think the director's comment says to council in later this month or around about. Council officers will be presenting to councillors, so we'll get an update very soon. And then we have an active Your Say page that will be updated for this project to inform the community. And we can also do media releases to inform the community of that as well. So the amendment has been accepted, so I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. We move to NM 07925. Councillor Allison has declared a pecuniary interest. He's going to leave the room. And that is NM 07925, Greater Sydney Landcare Creating Canopies Program. Councillor Marnie has moved it. Councillor Jamieson has seconded that. Councillor Marnie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I believe that as committed councillors, we're all aware of the benefits of trees in that they provide shade and animal habitat, help cool the temperature, beautify parks, streets, and provide private gardens, and can even add to property values. And I appreciate the members of the public who have spoken in support tonight. Council has worked effectively and consistently with Landcare over the last 4 years, and I hope this notice of motion will succeed, as this project will significantly increase our tree canopy, which has sadly dwindled over the years and now faces a new menace in the form of the state government's low to mid-rise housing policy, which is predicted to change the face of many of our leafy suburbs. Continuing collaboration with Landcare and our multitude of active community volunteers will mitigate effects of climate change within the George River LGA and set an admirable example for property owners and other suburban councils to follow. I thank council staff, Landcare and community volunteers for their willingness and generosity for their past and future commitment towards a greener and healthier LGA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Jamieson, do you wish to speak to this motion? Anyone wishing to speak against? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. We move to NM 080-25, Parking Railway Parade, Carlton. Councillor Gow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council at
Hayes
the end of the business papers. I move that council acknowledges the shortage of parking on Railway Parade and the impact this has on local businesses and customers. Notes ongoing issues with people overstaying time parking limits, reducing turnover and access for short stay or takeaway customers. Consults with businesses on Railway Parade, Carlton, and their parking needs and options for better managed time parking. Ensures this consultation is completed within the next 3 months and sets aside up to 2 spaces potentially outside 280 Railway Parade 15-minute parking between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m. based on the outcome of the consultation. I don't think I need to speak much for the motion. The first speaker tonight, Larissa, I think summed up Railway Parade very much, the impact it is having on small businesses in the area, the inability for people to get off their cars and grab a coffee, grab a takeaway, grab a newspaper at the news agency and get back into their cars. With a lack of parking, people are driving around circles and circles and eventually giving up. We as a council should be supporting small businesses. We should be supporting residents in having such conveniences.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. Councillor Hayes, do you wish to speak? Thank you. Councillor Stratikopoulos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have an amendment to Councillor Gow's motion. Look, once again, his thoughts and concerns are admirable, and I respect them. But it's all about the prioritisation of things. We can't just have things when we want them. We can't just scream out to council and say, look, I want it in the next 3 months, or I want it in the next month, or whatever time frame Councillor Gow selects in that particular time and that particular day, depending on what time the sun rises and sets. So basically, councillors, I'm not going to go into it again. I have put this amendment, I believe, possibly once, maybe twice, 3 times tonight. I think it's quite clear, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Stratikopoulos. Councillor Gow, do you accept the, don't accept the amendment? Okay.
I don't accept the amendment.
I'll just
The
call for a
purposes-
seconder on that amendment. Councillor Dmowski, seconded that? Yeah, you're seconding Councillor Dmowski's amendment. Which Councillor
Yeah.
Gow, you may speak against it if you wish.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't accept the amendment because, again, another copy and paste job from Councillor Stratikopoulos, and no timeline, no accountability, no transparency. You mentioned that I want things to happen when the sun rises and when the sun sets. I want this to happen with 90 sunrises and 90 sunsets. That is 3 months. Something this simple as speaking to 5 businesses at most about a parking change should not have to take 3 months. If it takes longer than that, if it takes a year, if it takes 2 years, there is something systemically wrong with this council.
I think the point, Councillor Gow, is it doesn't take that long. It's just that there's things already ahead of it in the list. That's the points that the councillors have been making tonight. There is plenty of councillor requests and resident requests that have already been put forward that are ahead of this in the.
Sorry, can I just, sorry, Madam Mayor. Can I just referring to Councillor Gow's comment about if things take a longer time frame to be completed other than what he selects, that there's something systemically wrong with this council. I don't believe that's a fair comment. And I also remind Councillor Gow that he is a member of this council.
Thank you, Councillor Stratikopoulos. Councillor Gow, would you please request that you can withdraw the comment that there's something systemically wrong with this council?
In the nature of good faith, I do withdraw that particular comment. I'm only reflecting the feedback that I've received from residents.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. So we have the amendment put forward by Councillor Stratikopoulos, seconded by Councillor Dmowski. If we could put that to a vote, please.
Madam Mayor.
For the amendment.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Anzalotti. Against. Councillor Arthur.
Against.
Councillor Dmowski.
For.
Councillor Gow.
Against.
Councillor Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Jamieson. For. Councillor Lansbury. For. Councillor Loon.
For.
Councillor Marnie. For. Councillor Mort. Councillor Pun.
Against.
Councillor Stratikopoulos.
For.
Councillor Wang.
Against.
Nine for.
I declare the amendment carried. It becomes the motion. I'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. Councillors, I'm going to call for a procedural motion that questions with notice are moved to the end of the order of business of the business paper, because we have just 10 minutes left, and the confidential matter on the tree matter in Hurstville is a timely, sensitive item, and we need to bring that forward. So, Councillor Jamieson, Councillor Lansbury, has moved the procedural motion that the questions with notice move to the end of order of business, and that we proceed to the closed confidential session first. When we return to open council, if there is time, we will go through the questions with notice. I'll put that procedural motion. All those in favour say aye. Oh, okay. Thank you. All those against? I declare the procedural motion carried. So we will now move to a closed session. If I could, we need a procedure to move into a closed session. At this stage of the meeting being 11:49 p.m, I hereby advise the meeting will move into a closed confidential session to allow consideration of a matter in a closed session in accordance with Section 10A of the Local Government Act 1993. This action is being taken to allow discussion on the following items: CCL 042A25 Tree Matter Hurstville, that in accordance with the provisions of Part 1 of Chapter 4 of the Local Government Act 1993, the matters dealt with in this report be considered in closed council meeting at which the press and public are excluded in accordance with Section 10A2 ABG. It is considered the matter deals with personal matters concerning particular individuals other than councillors, and contains information concerning the personal hardship of a resident or ratepayer, and contains advice concerning litigation or advice that would otherwise be privileged from production in legal proceedings on the grounds of legal professional privilege. Where am I up to now? So I'll move accordingly. Members of the I call for a procedure to move into a closed session. Councillor Marnie has moved that. I think we don't need a seconder, but Councillor Jamieson second. So accordingly, members of the press and public are excluded from the closed session, and access to the correspondence and reports relating to the items considered during the course of the closed session will be held. I will ask the General Manager, David Tuxford, whether any representations have been received from the public that the item should be discussed in closed session.
Through you, Madam Chair, no, there has been no representation.
I'll ask the public gallery if there are any objections on the reasons for moving into a closed confidential session, and there's nobody left. So, and now I've called for the procedural motion. It's been moved by Councillor Marnie, seconded by Councillor Jamieson. The motion is that in accordance with Section 10A, Clause 2 of the Local Government Act 1993, Council enter into a closed session to discuss the item. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. For the members of the public and press, live streaming will cease and resume following the confidential session of council. Once the items are addressed, the meeting will reopen to the public and the recommendations from the closed session will be confirmed. We will then deal with the remaining items on the agenda if there are any items remaining. We're back on. Thank you. We will now confirm the recommendations from the closed session. If we could please display the recommendations from the confidential closed sessions, and I will call for a motion to confirm the recommendation of the closed session. Councillor Jamieson has moved that, and seconded by Councillor Allison. The motion is that the recommendations for the items considered in closed session related to CCL 042A24 25 Tree Matter Hurstville be received and noted as a resolution of council without any further alteration or amendment thereto. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. And councillors, we will just quickly go through the questions with notice. Get these done real quick. Okay, we go to question with notice 02725, Penzas West Football Club grant funding for grandstands. Councillor Hayes, do you have any further questions on this question with notice?
No,
No further questions?
Mayor, the questions have been answered.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Question with notice 02825, Shunde City Partnerships Policy. Councillor Wang, any further questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Question with notice 02925, Georges River Council Floodplain Report 2016. Councillor Wang.
Yes, I have a few questions, and I have sent to the staff, but I just mention it quickly. So first, I want to see the full 2026 report. It's not available online.
Do you mean the 2016 report?
2016, yes. And secondly, so the number at the end of the chart, I reviewed the reports. I cannot see how that's what the number is. I want to know.
Okay, Councillor, just in the interest of time, if you could submit those questions to the staff, because we are at midnight, which is where our procedural motion took us to, and
Yeah.
I've still got 2 more questions to get through.
Just the one last one is the impact on the master plan and the MMR and all that different flood impact. Yeah.
So you've submitted those and they'll be answered on the next business paper.
Yes. Okay.
The next one is question with notice 03025, Millwood to Sydney Pipeline. Any further questions?
No, thank you.
And lastly, question with no notice 00825, project at intersection Carrington Avenue and Warwick Street. Councillor Pun, any further questions?
Just one on behalf of the residents. If Transport for New South Wales has made a determination on the roundabout, the residents have asked for some detail, and if there are reports, could council please produce them, please?
Take that on. The director will take that on. Acting director will take that on notice.
Thank you.
Councillors, there being no further business on the agenda, I will declare the meeting closed at 11:58, because this one says 11:58. That one says 12:01.